Hello. Oh, tell me my game's not going to capture. Come on, OBS. There we go. Hello, friends. What's going on? My God. Well, I guess today we spend the day, you know, saying our goodbyes to our characters. Cannon fodder. All right. Webcam's on. Fucking lights are glaring. Coffee's ready. The real question is now what? You know? What do we do for the day? Can't prep anything. We can run the campaign. Everything's fucked. I'm excited and I'm nervous all at the same time. Going over the nerfs today, rips for the old build. But see, that's the thing. They've only given us the nerfs. They haven't showed us the rest of it. You know? We haven't seen any of the gems, any of the numbers, any of the supports. You know? We haven't seen the, what is it, 100 new uniques, right? Is it 100 new uniques? Thank you for the sub. 2 minutes ago, I didn't have my headset on. Appreciate the sub, homie. Bleed may be a good route then. There was a really good video that Ziggy D put out that I haven't really had the chance to watch that might be worth there's absolutely gonna be people re-rolling day 2 and 3. I think a lot of people are gonna like play, hit a wall, and just quit. You should check it out. Might be a good idea. I have the video. There's a bleed Herald. You guys want to check out the video with me? See, Huntress just looks so good. Like the gameplay footage and everything just looks so good. Like, look how smooth that looks.
The Huntress, equipped with spear and buckler, seamlessly weaves melee and ranged attacks together using
Should come out today.
powerful counter
Sick.
attacks and skill combinations. It's a playstyle unlike anything that we've had in Path of Exile up to this point. Attempting to make this overview skill
like,
guide
look at it. It
has
looks
proven
amazing.
very challenging. With my previous mercenary hands-on guide, I could simply talk about each skill individually and maybe just note 1 or 2 of the interactions that come up. But for the Huntress, it's not so simple. So many of the skills interact with each other in different ways. You can play some pretty simple.
See that right there? Wait. Go back.
Proven very challenging. With my previous mercenary hands-on guide, I could
see how he throws this. I think this is going to be nuts. This spear throw right there that explodes. I think that's going to be nuts.
And maybe just note 1 or 2 of the interactions that come up. But for the Huntress, it's not so simple. So many of the skills interact with each other in different ways.
That's fine.
You can play some pretty simple and organic feeling skill combinations without being
I think that's
quite
fine.
so complicated. But it's when you start to consider all of the possible interactions and options
Wait.
that you have available without being.
There's a button. Hello. No, stop breaking. How much further ahead is it? Wait, this isn't the updated one. This is old. This isn't updated. This is pre-nerf. Rake? We've seen this already, right? Fangs of Frost. This is new. Perform an icy stab. It exploits enemies who are already off balance. Hitting a parried enemy consumes the debuff to cause a Nova of Frost. Converts 60% of fizz damage to cold damage. Attack speed 85% of base. Attack damage 115%. Leap into the air and plunge your spear into the ground of the target location, emitting a lightning charge shockwave. 212% damage. Converts 70% of fizz to lightning. Total attack time. Gross. Antillion Charger. Summon a reviving peace companion to aid you. 42% spirit. Whoa, that's ridiculous. It also shares a cooldown with all the movement skills now. Yeah, I saw that. Consume all frenzy charges to perform a gigantic spear thrust that knocks back enemies. For each charge consumed, a wind serpent follows in the spear's wake. Each serpent also damages and knocks back enemies, and knocking an enemy into the terrain or other larger will cause a shockwave. 388%. The attack speed on these are so slow. Is that all of them?
That you have available
Yeah, that's all of them.
Quickly, things become really complex and really interesting. I think it's definitely the most dynamic and engaging playstyle that GGG have released thus far. So here's my overview of the Huntress, Spear, and Buckler skills from my hands-on time at the GGG studios. This guide will be in two parts. Part 1 has skills up to level 5, and Part 2 has the rest. Spears are one-handed only and cannot be dual-wielded. There's definitely a bit of synergy with bucklers.
I don't understand how it can't be dual-wielded when he's stabbing with two of them.
Offhand with the Dance with Death keystone.
25% more skill speed while offhand is empty, and you have a one-hand martial weapon equipped in your main hand.
Spears are fundamentally hybrid melee ranged weapons, and they come pre-packaged with both Spear Stab and Spear Throw basic skills. Both of these
wait. So base spear is really fast. The base spear attack speed is
decent
insane.
Single target skills and cost 0 mana, so they're fine choices while leveling for some easy boss poking. The devs actually want these to be on the higher end of raw damage compared to other skills because, and this was how it was phrased to me, they don't do anything else, so they might as well deal some damage. Spear Throw can actually consume a frenzy charge to create a small explosion. There's no real reason to do this, but it's a cute little addition. It's mainly because the idea is that every single spear throwing skill can consume a frenzy charge for some benefit, so they wanted to keep it consistent even with the basic one. Bucklers, which are the new pure evasion shields, all come paired with the parry skill. This works the same.
So wait, so if every spear skill consumes a frenzy charge, that's really interesting.
As Raise Shield, in that you hold the button down to block incoming attacks, with some key differences. Projectiles can only be blocked with parry if they're fired from within 1 meter of you. After a
infinite parry. Oh, infinite projectile parry range. That's wild. See, these items are so cool, but like the fact that it's only 164 evasion rating just makes it so useless. The rate of getting charges that we know about is nerfed, not the rate of getting charges that we don't know about is nerfed. Like consuming a frenzy charge from Mark on whatever it's called.
a successful parry block, the enemy's struck for a small amount of damage, they're light stunned, and they gain the parry debuff for 2 seconds. This parry debuff causes them to take 50% more attack damage for that duration, and that's from anything. It doesn't have to be a specific
Was Profane
skill,
Ritual in there?
just any attack. But the parry debuff can also be consumed by some specific skills that we'll go into later. As normal, you can parry any regular melee attack or spell.
Just less quick. I mean, we don't know what the additional things are, right? The additional support gems. We don't know if any of them generate charges yet. Where's the patch notes? These are normal mobs. This is a level 1 character on the beach. What are you talking about? Like, this is a level 1 character that just picked up the spear off the floor and put a helmet on because it killed a mob. Sorry, still waking up. Damn, dude. I've been attacked a lot this morning. I'm sorry. I'm already on the defensive. That's my bad. Level 1 with 5 skills. Yes. Spear attack. Spear throw. Parry. And whatever they cut. And I don't know what that last one is. Yeah. So the gem they got on the beach is M5. 2 points are parry. Spear throw. Basic attack. Damn, dude. Raid. Do I think Monk's still viable now? I don't think the Bell nerf is as bad as everybody makes it out to be. It's bad, but it's not like the end of the world. Yeah, Combat Frenzy's feeling a little nerfed. You're feeling attacked now? No, you shouldn't. This parry combo looks kind of lame. I mean, nobody's ever going to do it. Who knew the dawn of the hunt meant hunting you? XDD. Why'd they fuck Grim Feast? Because it was strong. How do we gain endurance charges? Is there any good way right now to gain endurance charges? Gain endurance charge when you heavy stun? No. You were asking, wait, what were you asking? Nerf everything besides crit? It's true. Potential new support gems? Oh, you were asking this last night, how to gain endurance charges? Yeah, that's what I want to know right now. By the way, ingenuities over 80% are like 10 mirrors. Just so you guys know. Temporalis is the same. Temporalis is multi-mirror. Standard entities? It's people who want to RMT. A lot of it's RMT. You have 2, you're rich. Pay for your vacation. What does this say? Does this work if I search power charge? Profane ritual does show up. Wait a minute. So if I search power charge, we get all of these. If I search frenzy charge, we get all of these. But if I search endurance charge, we get nothing. Huh. Does that mean that the endurance charge stuff is coming with the skill gems? It's like they forgot. Yeah, Sniper's Mark was the way that I was thinking about doing it. Right? Like, that's the other way that comes to Mark. It comes to idea. So, like, Sniper's Mark gives you crit bonus and generates a charge. Right? Oh, there's still plenty of ways to blow up the screen. Nothing's changed. The only thing that's changed is people are crazy. Like, nothing's changed. Oh, the base duration of charges was nerfed. Interesting. You do not keep your... You keep your stashes that you bought. All of your items stay in standard. You don't have to buy new stuff.
You just cannot parry slams or explosions or the big red flashy boss abilities, basically. While parrying, you won't evade attacks, but evasion still does do something. It prevents heavy stun buildup. And on that note, and this is not specific to parry, but just globally across the board, heavy stun is now a fair bit more punishing towards players.
Heavy stun's gonna piss off a lot of people.
That said, evasion scaling in the nature of how you tend to actually parry and then counter attack made this rarely an issue for me after the beginning. I did get heavy stunned a few times, but it rarely caught me by surprise. And long term, it almost started never
See
happening.
that right there?
Unlike
Did you
other
see that?
games with parry that then counter attack made this rarely an issue for me after the beginning. I did get heavy stunned a few times, but it rarely caught me by surprise. And long
See that? That's 3 spears. I guarantee you there's a skill that'll hit enemies in fork. This is the one that plants into the ground because we haven't seen them all yet.
term, it almost started never happening.
But there's
Unlike
probably going to
other
be a skill
games
that,
with
like,
parry, there's no timing
you know?
requirement here. You don't have to get some sort of perfect thing right as a certain part of the attack is happening. You just
Scatter
channel
shot.
the
Think
parry
of
skill,
lightning
hold it as
fury.
long as you want until an attack is automatically parried. As long
Think
as you're
lightning
within
fury.
range of it, if it's a projectile,
Who's
or
gonna
as long as
master
it
the
was
parry
going
combo?
to hit you if it's a melee attack. Generally
Who
speaking,
cares?
you'll hold the parry skill down, the parry will occur, and then you'll counter attack with some ability to take advantage of the parry debuff. There's no real skill component here outside of just knowing what things you can parry.
It's,
and since that's
open
consistent
weakness,
in
I
that
think?
it's close range projectiles or any attack that's not a slam, basically, it's a pretty easy thing for you to learn over time. My opinion on parry walking away from this was really positive. It's important, fun, and really effective. It can downright embarrass some of the bosses.
Me, because
who just
endgame
kind of-
mapping is most of the game? Right. You said you don't like it. Right. What more is there to say? I don't like it. Cool. And then it's, who's going to do this? Who cares who does it or doesn't do it? And then you're like, me, because mapping. I'm like, but you're not going to do it. So then why do I care? I'm playing the Pee-wee League. Oh, I can't wait. I'm so excited.
kind of like chain parry them with follow-up attacks, and they feel like they can't really do anything to you a lot of the time.
But man, what
then
about-
at other times there are some bosses that mostly
Yeah,
only
I'm
do
super
slams,
stoked. I
and they
can't
have
wait.
very limited things that you can actually parry. Since there's some differences in the types of enemies you face, you'll end up changing your playstyle, and that adds to the overall dynamic feel of the Huntress. One boss you'll be parrying a lot.
He
and
does
doing
so little damage. I feel spears will be weak. He's level 6 here? 5? He has no skills? What?
a lot of parry-based counterattacks, and other ones you'll be doing a bit more dodge rolling and hit-and-run tactics. There are a bunch of parry nodes on the passive tree too. They often come packaged or next to passive block chance, which makes them
The scaling's only based on the buckler for things like evasion and parry.
much more appealing. Many of the nodes do things like parry debuff duration, which is
Where
pretty
is this? Wait. What is this? By the Ranger starting area? Yeah. I'm aware. Yeah. But where? Right? There's crippling toxins, which is that right there. And that was underneath it, which is right here, which we understand. But what is this? And what is this? This is different. This is different. This is different. This is different. Because this is this. Right? This is this. And these are not this. Or this. Or this. So this is new.
Handy.
We have the info on the new wheels, but we don't know where they are or what they do.
Put more grace in the follow-up attack timings. It's hard to say if something like full parry investment will be worth it, but since block is great anyway, I'm pretty keen to experiment with it in my builds. Now this video is all about skills, so how appropriate then that Boot.dev has returned to be my sponsor once again.
God,
that's right,
the
this is
sponsorship.
Boot.dev is
Ziggity,
all
I'm
about
sorry,
learning.
but I don't care.
But enough about the first skill you get from the tutorial is actually whirling slash, but I wanted to talk about disengage first, as it's the follow-up.
Jump back as you rupture the earth in front of you with spear points damaging enemies. Consumes the parry debuff on hidden enemies, releasing shockwave, grant you a frenzy charge. Oh, wait, here you go. To release a shockwave that grants you a frenzy charge. So disengage will grant you a charge. Disengage will grant you a charge every 1.5 seconds. This skill cannot be ancestrally boosted. What does that mean? This skill can be used while using other skills and causes strikes and projectiles to miss you while jumping. This skill can be used while other skills and cause strikes and projectiles to miss you while jumping. No. No, dodge roll isn't an iframe. Causes strikes and projectiles to miss you. What is the wording on dodge roll? Doesn't dodge roll still hit you? There's an iframe in the roll. Yeah, 1/100th of like a second there's an iframe. Right? The iframe is at the, like, as you hit it and the animation starts, right?
Up to parry that you get access to the earliest. Disengage ended up being the skill I found myself cutting first in my different runs. It's a slashing backflip with a small AoE. It has a short cooldown, so you can't quite use it end to end, but you can do things like use disengage, dodge roll, move a little bit, then disengage again pretty smoothly. It flips you away from your mouse cursor or target, but you can obviously use that to flip you forwards or sideways depending on where you aim. It seems to work similarly to dodge overall, and it can be used to animation cancel too from other attacks, could be used while using other attacks. And it also does avoid damage. It guarantees strikes and projectiles miss you while you're flipping. When the attack portion hits a target that has the parry debuff as well, it causes a chunky little explosion and consumes the debuff to give you a frenzy charge. Since
See, I don't understand how that's not that is so strong compared, like, looking at where he is in the campaign, looking at the flask and the skills, that looks so strong for like being like level 3, level 2.
Disengage, then throw an empowered spear is very good and quite fun. Both this and parry being easy to pull off make the whole thing way more fun too. It's a simple skill that does a lot for the...
So like, wait, my bad.
One. Buck damage for that duration, then count and range attack easy to use. It's a...
So wait, here, watch.
Projectiles miss you while you is depending on where you
So
aim.
look at the health bar on this character.
Overall,
he takes no damage.
Cancel too from other attacks, could be used while using other
attacks. Look at that.
And it also does
so
damage.
He takes
it
so little damage
while you're flipping. When the attack portion hits a target that has the parry debuff as well,
like, do you
it causes
see this?
A chunky little explosion and consumes the debuff to give you a frenzy charge. Since quite a few things want frenzy charges for powerful
all
buffs,
he's doing is parrying it.
Parry, disengage, then throw an empowered spear.
He's blocking and baiting a lot.
Quite fun.
Yeah,
both this
parry.
And parry being easy to pull off make the whole thing way more fun too. It's a simple skill.
Even
that
here,
does
like,
a lot
he's
for
just
the
parrying it.
Feeling of mobility and that hit and run and ranged melee combination that the Huntress is going for.
Look, he just parries it.
I think. Personally, I never took disengage off my skill bar for even a second. It felt like a core class mechanic to me, just like dodge roll. I ended up using the ingenuity support to lower its cooldown, which felt quite nice. And that, paired with a bit of incidental parry debuff duration, meant that it was really easy to, even if I first missed my first attempt at Disengage to try and get that frenzy charge, I would usually be able to do a second one as a follow-up thanks to that combination. The support gem I really loved on Disengage though was Shocking Leap, which I believe is a new one. It puts down some shocked ground.
Support creates shock ground for 6 seconds. Can you share this link, by the way? Yeah, it's just the Ziggy D video. Here you go.
On use. Since you use Disengage on top of enemies a lot of the time, that leaves them shocked exactly when you plan to follow up with some sort of empowered spear throw, for example. It's also really great paired with triggering explosions on whirlwinds from our next skill, Whirling Slash. So Whirling Slash is the first of the wind-themed skills, bit of an archetype here within the Huntress. It's a combo piece for quite a few other skills.
Perform a circular slash that kicks up whirling around you, slowing enemies and blinding them in the area. Leaving the area collapses the storm, dealing damage and causing knockback. I feel like it's just weak. I feel like this is really good, but 70% of base damage, 70% of speed is pretty weak.
Quite simply, you slash in a circle for fairly low damage and create a whirlwind. Each whirling slash adds a stage to the whirlwind, increasing its area up to 3 total stages. If you leave the whirlwind area, such as just walking away or dodge
I didn't know it
roll
was
or
stackable
indeed
until you said
disengaging
something.
out of it, it explodes, dealing more damage per stage in that larger area. Its main use early on is AoE for packs of enemies. You'll slash and slash and slash, and then dodge roll away or disengage, detonating it and killing the enemies. You'll get a feel for how much damage you need to do to the enemies before you detonate, so you might end up doing an extra slash here or there to get them low enough so that the detonate will kill them, but this is something you get a feel for as your gear evolves. It's less single target, just outright used, than Spear Stab in most cases, but you can build whirlwinds ahead of time for single target situations, like for example when you're moving to engage an enemy, or if you're waiting for a boss to spawn, for example. You can, for example, when you just might end up doing an on is AoE for packs of enemies. You'll slash and slash and slash, and then dodge roll away or disengage, detonating it and killing the enemies.
I'm a Miller.
You'll get a feel for how much damage you need to do to the enemies before you detonate, so you might end up doing an extra slash here or there to get them low enough so that the detonate will kill them. But this is something you get a feel for.
Oh yeah, he does. He just blew up the whole pack.
It's less single target, just outright used, than Spear Stab in most cases, but you can build whirlwinds ahead of time for single target situations, like for example when you're moving to engage an enemy, or if you're waiting for a boss to spawn, for example. You can pre-place those whirlwinds so that when you're forced to move,
I think,
like a dodge roll
so
or something,
I was talking to Bike folks about this,
damage.
and Bike put it into words that are really good. Huntress is spirit born. Right? That's all that it's going to get the spirit born treatment, right?
Not to mention that whirlwind blinds enemies, so it's nice to just have down ahead of time. It's a pretty core skill for the early game and feels quite good, but does need a little bit of
I thought that comparison you made was insane.
So here's some things that I noted. The slash has a forward leap if targeted ahead of you, so that you can use it as a gap closer, and that's kind of what you should do. Think of it like hit and run, using that whirling slash to advance on enemies and push them and group them up, since it has that knockback, and then use your disengage to explode, or dodge roll
he's
to get
level
out of the
5
way and
here.
explode, and then follow up with more whirling slashes. That's kind of the core little combo there. If you want to place them underneath yourself and you don't want to move around, because sometimes
Who the hell is whispering me? People are trying to trade him.
you don't really want to be moving around so
They're
much,
just trying to get stuff for
target right
standard.
underneath yourself, and you won't actually do that little dash. Something that's really good is you can drag the whirlwind around with you by using that built-in movement. Every time you do a slash, it repositions the whirling slash that you're currently inside of.
I like that.
When you use Disengage to leap out of it to trigger that explosion with Shocking Leap support on Disengage, that shock ground does actually apply to that explosion, which is really fantastic.
I think we're all underestimating how much they adjusted skill gems themselves, which GG's given fault for not giving us this info. We know May skills can handle Miller just as easily, but we don't have the footage of them with 2.0 balance yet. I think all the skills are going to be positively buffed and we just haven't seen it yet. I'm in the same boat. Like, I think a lot of people are like overreacting or freaking out, and when we just need to like
Supports include the new one, Cadence. This would work well a lot of the time, I think, here.
support skills, support attacks you use yourself. Supported skills gain more attack speed each time you use them, but become unusable if used too frequently. Support skills have 10% more attack damage. Support skills are unusable for 10 seconds after being used 8 or more times within 4 seconds. That's
Yeah, because
dumb.
you're doing 3 attacks, then doing something else, then another 3. So you should maintain something like a 30 to 60% attack speed buff a lot of the time, but you shouldn't ever hit that downside of attacking 8 times in 4 seconds, because you're going to be mixing up the skills you're doing, typically with whirling slash and not just slashing endlessly. So you're never really going to have that cooldown effect. Kind of a neat little support gem. Alternatively, the much more simple approach of martial tempo is solid and just makes things nicer for setting up whirlwind.
Wait. Okay, it's the same. To withhold the skill gem data, though, there's saving grace of the whirlwind of the other character's nerf. They want to leave. They have to leave some surprises, right? They have to leave some surprises.
Wins for twisters that we'll talk about in a moment. I found myself using Bloodlust on it to scale damage if the target was bleeding, which is easily done with other skills like Rake, so that's a nice damage scaling option, even in non-bleed builds. And since, especially with martial tempo or cadence, it's something you're hitting with quite often, it can be used for building up rage stacks with the rage support, for example. So next up is Twister, and this is the natural pairing with Whirling Slash. It simply sends a projectile that pierces.
Whip up a twister with a flick of your spear. The twister moves forward erratically, blinding and repeatedly hitting enemies within. If a twister touches a whirlwind from your other skills, it consumes the whirlwind to create additional twisters that deal more damage. Passing over elemental ground surfaces or consuming an elemental whirlwind grants this extra damage. So if there's shocked ground, this becomes electric.
Passes through all targets and bounces off walls until it runs out of duration. The Twister is blind as well, which is a nice defensive buff to be able to apply guaranteed on enemies at a range like this. Like whirlwinds, when Twisters travel over ground effects, they actually gain that element and deal 30% added elemental damage of that type. When they collide with a whirlwind from skills such as Whirling Slash, they consume the whirlwind to deal more damage and create more projectiles. Just note this doesn't cause the whirlwind to explode like it normally would. It consumes it to do this alternate effect with twisters specifically. So if you fire a whirlwind into a stage 3 twister, that means 180% more damage and 4 whirlwinds instead of 1. So that's pretty substantial payoff. As a baseline, twisters deal less damage than just using like basic spear throw, but you know, they pierce and they can bounce around and they can hit the target again as they bounce and come back. Pretty nice in enclosed areas, and when they're fully buffed with added elemental damage, they do tend to deal quite a bit more damage overall. They cannot shotgun with multiple projectiles though, even if it's created from the whirlwind, but more projectiles can make it more likely for extra hits after bouncing, so you can still end up getting more single target damage with extra projectile. I did test with and without scattershot, and overall I didn't really like scattershot on this, mostly preferring to use the whirlwind buff instead. Overall, the skill works really well in small arenas or in tighter spaces, and it can be really nicely combined with whirlwind for kind of encountering dangerous packs and dealing with them before you get, you know, in too much danger. It's a bit like Spark, so duration and projectile speed are both options for scaling it so that you can hit more targets, bounce off walls, and hit the enemy again. I did find myself using this quite a lot, off and on, in different zones. Sometimes it performed really, really well, and other times it was just okay. It's especially nice when you just incidentally have some elemental ground effects around. And that includes even just the shocked ground from Disengage, which naturally puts the shocked ground between you and your target, so it's kind of perfect. For other support options, there's plenty of things you can do with this, but the Pursuit and Retreat supports, the new ones, felt like a great...
Alright, what do these do? Support melee attacks. Support skills deal more damage if you've struck with a projectile attack in the last 8 seconds, but cannot themselves deal projectile damage. Supported skills deal 30% more melee damage if you've damaged an enemy within the last 8 seconds. So you put that on like just like basic spear attack. Support skills which create projectiles. Support skills deal more damage with projectiles if you struck with a melee hit in the last 8 seconds. So you stab, whirlwind, stab, whirlwind, stab, whirlwind, stab, whirlwind.
combo with this and Whirlwind. So let's talk about them. The
What?
hybrid melee ranged playstyle of the Huntress and Spears is encapsulated in a brand new pair of support gems here, which kind of naturally go together. Pursuit makes the linked melee attack deal 30% more melee damage if you damage an enemy with a projectile attack in the last 8 seconds. And conversely, Retreat is the opposite. 25% more projectile damage if you've damaged an enemy with a melee hit in the last 8 seconds.
Oh, there's a poll on YouTube? That's cool. 1 like equals 1 less second in queue tomorrow. I click the like button. That's cool. YouTube guys, do you see that? Mr. Simix is testing out stuff on YouTube. If you see that poll, click it.
You get what they're going for here. It's pretty obvious. Both have an additional restriction though, preventing the linked skills from doing the other type of damage. This is likely just to prevent issues with like hybrid skills, like Monk's Falling Thunder, for example, that have both a melee and projectile component. I didn't run into this at all playing on an actual Huntress. The simplest and most obvious pairing here is just Whirling Slash and Twister, right? They combo together nicely, they're melee and ranged. But that said, the 8 seconds is pretty long, and you can even activate Retreat pretty easily by just using on mobility skills like Thunder Asleep or Disengage. You disengage, you hit the target, that gives you 8 seconds of uptime on your damage scaling for your projectile skill.
Gimme.
Very nice. The next skill in that first tier of those level 1...
You didn't announce that you were alive. Fuck! I was so excited to watch this video. Thank you, sir. I wanted to see this Huntress stuff so bad. The new gem link ascending there looks good.
gems is Explosive Spear, and this is one of my favorites.
Hurl a payload spear that pierces through enemies and lodges in terrain where it lands. The spear will explode at the end of its detonation time, or if detonated. How do you detonate it? Consume a frenzy charge if you have 1 to explode immediately, dealing more damage in a cross shape.
It throws a low damage spear that detonates after 2.5 seconds to deal a powerful fire damage explosion. Now you can only have 1 active spear at a time, and you have to wait for it to detonate before you throw another one, otherwise you'll override it and it'll never detonate. So there's some level of self-control that you need to apply here. That said, consuming a frenzy charge causes it to detonate instantly, leaving behind burning ground. Explosive Spear's explosion, whether it's with frenzy charge or after the delay, acts as a detonator, meaning that it can detonate other skills that we'll see later on, like Stormlance or Rapid Assault's Stuck Spearheads. Explosive Spear overall is very satisfying and effective. The limit on active spears and the longer detonation time actually means that you weave it in between your other skills and combine it opportunistically. Whenever you find a parry opportunity, you can disengage to make a frenzy charge, Explosive Spear for that burning ground and some nice damage, and then follow up with Whirling Slash or Twisters to empower them with that added fire damage. Most builds, I think, will use this for at least a while in Act 1. It's just a good leveling skill for that early portion of the game.
I really want him to hover over his spear.
But that said, it's definitely got core skill potential, and it was one of the main skills I ended up using in the elemental build that I fell into, combined with Stormlance. For supports, you've got your obvious choices like Fire Imbuement and Primal Armament, Concentrated Effect or Magnified Effect if you want more area of effect, for example. And you could do things with Persistence or Despoiler for burning ground duration, of course, if you're using it mostly to buff your whirlwinds or twisters. The gem I liked the most, though, was Overabundance, which is +1 charge and 50% less duration. The duration doesn't actually affect the detonation time, which would obviously probably be a good thing, but that's okay. The extra charge, though, is excellent. It means you can throw 2 down and have 2 explosions for a bit more coverage, and it makes it a little bit easier to not accidentally override yourself and still get those explosions for detonating. The only thing that is affected by the less duration is the burning ground, so it's not as good for applying that effect, but there's plenty of other ways to do that if you're playing some kind of wind build and need ground effects. On to the level 3 skill gems. We'll start off with Line.
This is what I want to say. Throw a single copy of your spear. When it hits an enemy, it bursts, firing secondary lightning projectiles at multiple other enemies within a large area around it. Consumes a frenzy charge if possible to cause the main spear to split into multiple copies on impact, each of which then burst. There is 80% physical light. This is it. This is the skill. This is going to be the nuts shit. I guarantee you this is what everybody plays. Projectiles can split. Projectiles can split from hitting terrain. Modifiers to the number of projectiles fired only affect the maximum. Modifiers to the number of projectiles fired only affect the maximum number of lightning bolt projectiles. Split towards 5 targets when consuming a frenzy charge. This is going to be the skill. And this is what I've been talking about for a long time. Like, this is the skill. This is it, man.
Lightning Spear, which I know a lot of people are excited for. This throws a lightning spear with a boosted chance to shock enemies. The spear itself cannot pierce, fork, or chain or really do anything, but when it hits a target or a wall, it splits lightning bolts to enemies in a large area. Adding more projectiles doesn't affect that core spear, which is a running theme for these spear throws, but it does affect the split lightning bolts themselves, which are projectiles. The Frenzied Charge adds more splits and more damage overall, turning it into a bit of a clear speed beast. The splits have full lightning conversion as well, and even more chance to shock too, so particularly good for shocking there. It should be quite nice with barrage, but I didn't really get much of a chance to test that. And the Innovate support is obviously a pretty good choice here to gain lightning damage on killing shocked enemies. To me, this felt less useful for leveling though than other options that I had access to, but I can definitely see this being a clear speed machine at endgame, especially if you can keep a steady supply of frenzy charges going for those empowered splits. Fangs of Frost is next up, a simple icy stab attack that has its own unique payoff on parried enemies. So when striking a parry debuffed enemy, it causes an icy explosion that leaves chilled ground. This means it can be used as an elemental ground source for wind skills, but I don't really think that's going to be the main use case for it here. Both the explosion and stab have 50% more freeze buildup, and the high damage on the explosion does make for some pretty solid freeze potential. By default, it's not stronger than regular spear stab for raw single target DPS, and I initially kind of wrote it off as not too useful as I wanted to use those parry debuffs to make frenzy charges. Why would I want to consume it for Fangs of Frost when I want to throw my exploding spears and stuff? But I did end up changing my mind on this skill completely later on. When I started getting frenzies from other sources, I found it much more useful overall. With the Combat Frenzy Spirit skill, freezing enemies can generate you easy frenzy charges, and this made it become a core skill in my eventual elemental spear throwing build. A quick poke on trash monsters is a near guaranteed freeze, and therefore a frenzy charge. Great. Much easier than trying to do a parry and disengage. And then when you do use parry for a tougher enemy, you can follow up with a Fangs of Frost for an even more higher chance of getting that freeze. And with decent supports like Cold Infusion and Pursuit, for example, it became a pretty solid high damage and satisfying melee skill to weave in on an otherwise ranged playstyle that I was messing with. The next skill is Spearfield, which is a slightly unusual one that I initially penned as mostly a utility skill, but I think has some pretty strong potential.
Stab the ground, causing multiple spears to burst out of the ground in front of you in a large area. The spears remain for duration or explode when enemies touch them, damaging and maiming them. Create one spear point per 0.2 meters. Spears emerge within a 4.3 meter length. Spear duration is 5 seconds. Maximum 70 spears. Hazards created by this skill. Wait, so it's really interesting. So he shows us the quality here for this one, but he didn't show us the quality for the other one, right? Hazards created by this skill have a 50% chance of rearm if they triggered.
With Spearfield, you stab the ground and see many spears emerge from the ground in a cone. These spears will explode when enemies come into contact with them, so either when you summon them into an enemy, or if the enemy walks into them or is pushed into them. The spear explosions maim enemies with additional maim effect, slowing their movement speed considerably, and dealing a decent little chunk of damage. Nothing too crazy for single explosions, but obviously this is something that you can do more with.
Did you see it, Cymix? Did you see it earlier when I told you about it? Hold on, let me show you. Watch this, watch this. Just watch this for a minute.
Shock enemies. The spear itself cannot pierce, fork, or chain or really do anything, but when it hits a target or a wall, it splits lightning bolts to enemies in a large area.
You
Adding
get it
more
so
projectiles
early.
doesn't affect that core
Like,
spear, which
it's
is
so
a
good.
running theme for
Like,
these
the
spear
poll
throws,
should be,
but it does
are you
affect the
excited for
split lightning
this?
bolts
Because I am
themselves,
so
which are
excited for
projectiles.
this.
The frenzied charge adds more splits
Or,
and more
I
damage
know,
overall,
dude. I
turning it into a
know,
bit of a clear
it's so
speed beast.
exciting.
The splits have full come into contact with them, so either when you summon them into an enemy, or if the enemy walks into them or is pushed into them.
And
The
we
spear
get it early. We get it
explosions
like level
maim
6 or
enemies
something.
with additional maim effects.
Like, you'll
slowing
have
their
it
movement
super
speed
early in your
considerably,
playthrough.
and dealing a decent little chunk of damage. Nothing too crazy for single explosions, but obviously this is something that you can do more with and build up a bit. I did kind of write this one off initially, but then when I tried it again much later on, and again on a second run, I was focusing more on like a bleed fizz character, it did start to blow me away a little bit. You get a spear every 0.2 meters of space, so the way this skill works is more AoE equals more spears, but they don't cluster tighter if you use something like concentrated effect, for example. It has a maximum of 70 spears total, and they seem to start replacing after about 3 uses of the skill. So although the amount of spears you get per 0.2 meters of space is fixed, you can stack the spear fields on top of each other. So you can stack 3 on top of each other and get quite a bit more damage clustered for where a boss is going to be walking through, for example. So a bit of a hypothetical
One frenzy
here. This
for
is just in
50%
theory of
of don't
crafting.
assume.
With concentrated effect, you may be able to stack more and deal more damage in the same location, because maybe you are getting less AoE, which means less spears are being kind of put down per use of the skill.
It looks like
so
it
that means
hits
maybe you could
so
do 4 or
hard.
5 spear fields on top of each other.
Like, it
for
doesn't,
single
like
target.
every skill we've
or
seen
you
so
just
far for the
spam them
Huntress
into
just
the
looks like it
boss,
just
deleting them as they
hits.
spawn. Still, concentrated effect would be very good there for that. Quality is quite interesting in this as well. It has a chance for hazards to rearm, and I did see this kind of hazard keyword elsewhere on the passive skill tree, for example, which it's basically any like damage dealing effect that's left behind from a skill. So basically this and Frost Wall. There's new passives in the Huntress area that affect hazards in various ways, such as rearm chance, and rearm chance for something like this is just a direct damage multiplier. 15% chance to rearm is 15% more damage. It's effective against larger enemies and very effective against enemies that move around or chase you. I kind of wonder if you could use knockback from the spears to push enemies into more spears. So some knockback on the skill itself, or globally perhaps. It would probably take some investment, but could be interesting to look at. I actually think this is a super strong skill against the right types of enemies and built around correctly, in addition to
Having practiced early Act 1 a lot for the races, the difference between deleting this boss and it being a war of attrition is a good % fizz roll on a weapon or an iron rune. Yeah, that's how it was when I did the monk. It was weapon scaling. I said that earlier. Somebody was just like, we were watching the Rust King and Argos was just like, Huntress does no damage. Or maybe we were watching the Frost Lady and they were like, it does no damage. I'm like, bro, they're level 5. Their weapon probably sucks. But more about the feel of the combat mechanics.
providing some decent utility for slowing enemies down in ranged or bleed builds. Keep in mind that a moving enemy gains
Just don't
bonus
miss.
bleed damage.
Get a
and
good
if they're
weapon.
walking slower, they spend more time overall walking to get where they want to be. Speaking of bleed builds, the next skill is Rake, the last of the level 3 skills, and this is a bleed-themed mobility skill. Rake is a slashing attack that leaps forwards to a target if possible. It's got a moderate range when targeted on a specific enemy, otherwise it's just a small leap forwards. It takes a bit of practice to get used to what enemies you can reach to max range with it, but it's really zippy overall, and it can dash you around enemies, and it kind of path finds around obstacles really well too, to travel you really far sometimes.
Oh, wow.
And that's good because it does up to 100% more damage based on the distance traveled. You're incentivized to use it to hit and run or as a gap closer after you like flip away with Disengage, for example.
Another
Now it
ice
has a
strike.
100% chance to inflict a bleed and 100% more magnitude of bleed, in addition to that up to 100% more damage based on distance. So there's some decent bleed scaling going on here. It's got a somewhat low base attack damage, but all of those kind of multipliers put together mean that it ends up being a pretty good skill, if nothing else for clear, and surprisingly actually good for single target as like a hit and run combined with some other skills. It's really fast and fun skill. I liked it a lot. A useful mobility even on non-bleed builds too. The combo of Rake, Whirlwind, Parry, Disengage, and then Rake again. Just kind of like that
3
dash
maps
in,
per hour,
flip
it's fine.
back
You're gonna go play your blood pack.
combo.
Give me that.
It was really fun. Obviously, brutality, heft, and deep cuts are going to be there for bleed damage.
YOLO,
Cadence and martial
baby.
tempo if you want to use it more for speed and maneuverability. And I actually stumbled upon Stomping Ground as a support for this, which is really fun.
Triggers a shockwave when you take a step while using supported skills. Heal 80 to 100% of your strength as physical damage. Support travel skills.
Rake moves so fast and there's kind of a lot of steps, so Stomping Ground adds a bunch of hits to make Rake a better single target and clear skill at the same time. You just kind of have a little bit of strength for the
Wait. It looks like it still sucks. $12 to $28. It looks like it still sucks.
Just gonna have to have a little bit of strength for the damage to be based on while leveling, but because on a bleed build you need a bunch of red sports,
The crossbow change might have been later.
Anyway,
You're right.
And just with the
You're
strength
right.
I kind of needed from and got from some incidental gear, I found this combo was very strong. Definitely a cool combo. One to have a look at for sure. Since we're talking about bleed skills, it's time for the skill with the edgiest, sickest name of all time,
Herald of Blood.
Herald of Blood is, as name suggests,
While active, killing an enemy with blood loss will cause a bloody explosion that deals physical attack damage to surrounding enemies based off the life of the exploded enemy. Destroying their corpse in the process, the explosion has a chance to aggravate bleeding. 7 to 11 base fizz damage can't be evaded. Deal 50% of exploded enemies blood loss as unscalable physical attack damage. 43% is the chance to cause aggravated bleeding. Deal 4% of exploded blood loss as unscalable physical damage.
a new bleed-oriented Herald skill, which means you get access to it at
Dad, I need someone to hold me. I don't know if I should be scared or not.
No!
Also, hear me out. Expo Huntress LMO.
Everything is going to be fine. Everybody's panicking. It'll be okay. Correct, you cannot use with wands. Crossbow Huntress? Maybe they'll play bleed for the first time. What about the Bariza?
Level 4, also known as Gem Level 10 after killing the King of the Mists. While active, killing an enemy that has experienced quote-unquote blood loss causes them to explode, dealing physical attack damage in an area. So blood loss is this new system where the total bleed damage on enemies can be tracked and seen on the life bars as this kind of like missing portion of life. You'll only see it whenever you have a skill or an effect that cares about blood loss in some way. So as soon as you put Herald of Blood on, you'll start seeing it on enemies. The explosion has some base physical damage, but the bulk of its damage is actually based on the total blood loss of the exploded enemy. It's 15% of the exploding enemy's blood loss total, so this is an unscalable value, which is typical for effects like this, since it's already effectively has been scaled by your damage in the first place, via the actual bleed in the first place. A bit like Plague Bearer from Path of Exile 1 if you're familiar. What this means is that even just 1 point of bleed damage is enough to cause Herald of Blood to explode for a small amount of damage, regardless of whether the enemy actually dies to bleed or another hit or something else, just as long as they experience blood loss at some point, even if they've stopped bleeding entirely. But enemies that have had a lot of blood loss, say primarily dying to like a large bleed from Rake, for example, will cause some very chunky, high damage explosions. As an added bonus, the explosion can aggravate bleed on nearby targets, which makes the bleed deal its bonus damage as if the target was moving. This alongside the explosion should help clear up stragglers and give bleed builds that juicy AoE clear that they desperately need. Although it's an attack and requires a martial weapon to equip and activate, it doesn't scale off of your weapon damage, so maybe you can do some clever things with that perhaps. It's pretty satisfying and effective at even leveling a build that's not really focused on bleed, and using Rake for mobility, it was great for AoE clear. You can of course support it as well, just keep in mind that the blood loss damage is unscalable, so you mostly want to stick to things
Primate
like
touches from that wisp
for extra area.
So that wisp right there is the Asmerian
Now moving on to
wisp.
skill level 5, we'll start with Rapid Assault. This skill performs 6 small stabs in a pretty fast sequence and then a large final strike. It seemed like a partial lock-in skill to me, but I think you can interrupt between the 6 fast stabs and then the final large one if needed, but there is some kind of element to commitment to it. It's a skill that you want to use when you can kind of do so safely. The final strike is definitely the most important part of the skill, and it has pretty long range, which means it'll often connect even if you miss that first combo, which is nice. And that final strike is guaranteed to cause bleeding and has a small knockback for a bit of bonus bleed damage as well. Finally, that final strike
Man,
lodges
his
a stuck
AoE damage
spearhead
is
in a target for up to 10
insane.
seconds, and you can have a total of 5 stuck spearheads in a target if you can do so quickly enough.
Like, the fact that he can just clear those hyenas out, like, that is
if they're hit by a
insane.
detonator skill, they explode, dealing some extra damage in a small explosion. At gem level 5, it was 85% damage per explosion, so it's not a ton, but that does total to over 400% if you get all 5 in and then detonate them. So it makes it a decent final punch finisher. Mechanically, I think this works quite nicely. When the enemy is vulnerable, you hit them with a few rapid assaults. Then when they start moving again, you detonate the spearheads with an explosive spear or a thunderous leap.
Tariffs, looming recession, uncertainty with the next PoE2 league. This is making me extremely constipated.
Maybe some, what is the shit that you put into your drink? No. What is the thing? It's got like a powder. You put it in your coffee. It helps you take a poop. Not laxative. It's something else. Magnesium? No. Fiber? No. It comes in a purple bottle. Hold on. I'm going to Google this. Purple powder to help poop. Miralax. Get some Miralax. You'll be fine.
Depending on your build, you might be throwing detonators anyway, so that extra damage is just bound to happen as a bonus. When you kind of math out the small rapid hits, the big final hit, and then the potential detonations down the line, it does end up being quite good single target. The bleed does, however, seem kind of supplementary here with no real major bonus or like heavy hit from that final strike to, you know, to give it that extra punch that a bleed
Miralax,
really needs.
Metamucil,
Overall,
Taco
it's a
Bell.
solid single target skill that'll probably see use in a variety
YouTube's
of
got
builds,
some
I
good
expect,
ideas.
especially if they do have a detonator skill kind of already in their gameplay rotation. And of course, don't forget things like detonating arrow, explosive grenades, and explosive shot all exist for weapon swap setups. Next up, Stormlance is another thrown spear skill and one of my other favorites alongside explosive spear, which it happens to pair very nicely with. This skill has got a lot going on, so hold on to your butts. Stormlance sees you throw a spear that pierces enemies and lodges in the ground, where it then proceeds to intermittently zap nearby enemies with chaining bolts of lightning. You can have 3 active Stormlances in the ground at any one time zapping away, but you can only throw 1 spear at a time, so scattershot.
What is the orb target? What is the orb spell? Chat, help me out here. You drop the orb and you stand in it and you cast a lightning spell. Orb of Storms, right? That's what I'm thinking of, right? Like, isn't this just like an Orb of Storms user, right? So wouldn't we just like Stormlance, Orb of Storms, kill the enemy? I think I'll have another coffee. I feel a little tired today. Throw an electrical spear that lodges in the ground and periodically zaps nearby enemies with lightning bolts. If the spear is detonated by another skill, it immediately launches all the bolts that expire. So it's a frenzy charge to fire bolts more frequently for a shorter duration, automatically detonating it. Did Orb of Storms get nerfed? Not to my knowledge. Lightning Rod did get nerfed, but we're not playing with a bow, so it's fine.
Shot is out, thankfully I think, but barrage is an option. The stuck spears are detonatable, but they won't detonate by themselves. If they are hit by a detonator, such as explosive spear's explosion, they'll rapidly fire out 16 bolts near instantly in a larger area before expiring. It's pretty chunky damage, especially with 3 of them stacked in one place and then detonated. But of course, all thrown skills have a frenzy charged version, and Stormlance is no different. When consuming a frenzy charge, Stormlance will fire bolts 4 times faster and detonate itself, causing shocked ground. It's basically 3 skills in one: the basic AoE zaps, detonated mega zaps, and frenzy charge machine gun zaps with shocked ground. And they're all a little bit different in how they function. I love this skill and I just kept coming back to it. My primary elemental build on my first run through to the mid 50s or so was Stormlance and Explosive Spear, combined with frenzy charge generation from Sniper's Mark for single target.
He just said he made it to level 50. Man!
And Combat Frenzy otherwise. I used Electrocute support on this skill to convert the damage from Shock Chance to Electrocute to passively feed me Frenzy Charges, which worked quite well. And that's nice because the empowered version still causes shocked ground anyway, so you're not really missing out on anything there. Just
that was so cool!
Gem, I suppose. I'd throw 1 or 2 Stormlancers, 1 or 2 explosives with the extra charge support, and then extra Stormlancers as the explosives started detonating to keep a continuous rumble of Stormfire. And those would just be getting passively empowered as frenzy charges kind of trickled in better and better as I got more and more investment as I went. It's safe to say that Stormlance is a hard recommend from me, based on my first impressions, though I can see Lightning Spear outperforming it on pure clear speed, of course, but this is a nice combined AoE and single target skill. The final skill I did want to mention is Barrage. It's not technically a new skill, but it is available here on this line and has been reworked a little bit to have its functionality expanded to include thrown spear attacks in addition to bow attacks. This means that it doesn't work for Twister, which isn't a thrown spear.
Not your brain dead 2-button build, I guarantee you
it will for the rest of the thrown
2 buttons.
If you're unfamiliar, Barrage works by you cast a quick spell that gives you a little buff that then empowers your next attack compatible to have 2 additional repeats basically. One thing to remember is that it also consumes frenzy charges to add additional repeats, and that's a good thing, but here in these builds it may consume the frenzy charges that you intended to empower a spear throw instead, so it's not necessarily all upside there. Let's do a quick rundown on the functionality with the thrown spears as I see it. Explosive Spear is bad with barrage because of the limited number of active explosive spears being 1 by default or 2 with the support. Either way, if you throw 3, it's kind of wasted. You're better off just not barraging and throwing them separately most likely. Lightning Spear does seem good with barrage. You use barrage as you're moving between packs of enemies to empower it, and then you unleash 3 lightning spears to clear a large area. Great. I'm not entirely sure of the interaction with frenzy charges on the throw, as there was some inconsistencies here and there that were still being worked on, so we'll have to see where that lands once the developers have finalized those mechanics. Like, I'm not sure if it takes 3 frenzy charges to empower a full barrage, or if it's just 1 frenzy charge for the full barrage. Obviously, the latter would be much stronger there, but we'll have to wait and see how that pans out. Stormlance is a pretty good pairing with this too. With the limit of active Stormlances being 3, you can barrage a set of 3 and then focus on using other skills for some nice front-loaded damage.
You
so
can
pretty
have
good.
3
As Glacial Lance was not playable in
Stormlances!
my test, I cannot comment on it. We'll have to wait and see for that one. Whirlwind Lance
Wait, what did
does
you
seem
say?
like one of the best pairings.
What did you say?
For a full barrage, or if it's just 1 frenzy charge for the full barrage. Obviously, the latter would be much stronger there, but we'll have to wait and see how that pans out. Stormlance is a pretty good pairing with this too. With the limit of active Stormlances being 3, you can barrage a set of 3 and then focus on using other skills for some nice front-loaded damage, so pretty good. As Glacial Lance was not playable in my test, I cannot comment on it. We'll have to wait and see for that one.
Okay. Do you think the one-shot Titan build? No, it's dead. No. The Frost Walls don't work with Trample Toes anymore. So today's your last day to enjoy it.
Whirlwind Lance does seem like one of the best pairings. I didn't think to re-equip Barrage when I got it, unfortunately, to test. Sorry about that, but Barrage gives 3 projectiles, and that's an instant 3 stages with the whirlwinds that the Lance creates. That'll be in part 2, so we can look at that then. Overall, Barrage didn't feel mandatory, which I appreciate. I like that it just kind of felt like a potentially good option depending on the skill you're using. I ended up rotating it out for other skills long term, as there was a lot I wanted to use on the Huntress, and the slots were pretty tight, honestly, more so than ever before. I did not have enough skill slots, despite how many you actually get. I can see Barrage being a part of some setups based on more player preference than anything else, so that sounds pretty good. We'll see how it pans out. But that's it for part 1. In part 2, I'll cover the skills from level 7, 9, 11, and 13, as well as some of the Amazon Ascendency skills and mechanics. We'll also take a look at Team Beast, but just as a heads up, I didn't get a chance to try.
We only saw half the skills. Those are just the Act 1 skills. Those are only the Act 1 skills. That's insane. Probably Ellie Huntress. My guess is Ellie Huntress. That's wild. Those were literally just the Act 1 skills. So there's still like so many more that we just haven't seen yet. Isn't Monk Spears just better? I'm gonna initially say no. This got nerfed. This did not get nerfed. This is these two are still good. Free crit still means that you need to build pen. You would still need to build pen. Queen of the Forest got nerfed. I hate the fact that I think he might be right. But crit on Monk is so hard to do. But this and this is so much damage. I leveled the Necro last night. I got to level 6 and I rage quit off the game. I hate you. All the crit nodes are pretty close together. Then weapon with crit and you're chilling. I want to do an SSF run. I almost did last night. Fuck. Is he right? I don't care if Monk is better, which is unlikely. I just want to play something new. Who cares if he's right? Just go Huntress. The problem is this node right here is so strong. Like, this is so strong. What did I miss? Who's right? Considering the fact of going Monk, like Spear Monk. Well, Amazon just gets this right here. Chance to hit with can exceed. Gain critical hit chance. You go 25% of excess chance to hit with attacks. Huntress guide to follow. We're assuming Huntress starts here, right? God, we really need this new tree, don't we? Oh my God, this is so annoying. They state the hunter starts with a ranger with nodes added being changed. Oh, okay. I didn't know that. I didn't know that. With the addition of the Huntress and other new game mechanics, we've added passive tree support for these throughout the passive skill tree. There are new clusters, mostly in the Hunter Ranger area. Yeah, okay. And many passives have been updated. These changes may result in your existing passive tree being forcibly refunded if you had affected nodes around the area of the layout. Added new blind, volatility, ranged and melee, hazard, companion, presence, parry, banner, bleeding, thorns, quiver. Notable passes which we remove will no longer be instilled. 12 jewel sockets, acrobatics, eldritch battery, giant's blood, cat-like agility. Hi. Hello. I mean, both need to invest in one way or another, right? This one needs accuracy stacking, right? Like this one has to stack accuracy, and this one just gets base crit from like here, here, and here, right? So you just take crit here. I mean, you're not gonna early, you're not reliably gonna stack either of them early. You're not gonna go crit early on Monk, right? You would go here or here, gain 10% damage as extra cold or 10% as extra lightning, right? And on this side of the things, you're probably going towards penetrate first. Like, what would you take first here? Alien fusion first? It might be predatory instincts. Reveal weakness against a rare unique enemy, 50% more damage. It could be that. Thanks for the follow. Attacks using your weapons have added physical damage equal to 25% of accuracy on the weapon. Fusion so much damage though. It's just unreliable damage. At least in my opinion, it's unreliable damage. Spears are one-handed weapons? Correct? Hold on, my computer's breaking. It's a long cooldown, but it's consistent. You could. How do they have spears already? How does Craft of Exile have spears already? Accuracy is a prefix. I didn't know that. Data mine from what patch? Yeah, that's what I want to know. There was no preload yet. There was a unique spear. Maybe stuff already existed. Guess we just wait until we find out tomorrow. There's spears on PoE DB. Oh, look, chat. 3 dragons already. God, I'm gonna miss this! But it's gotta be put down. Goodbye, my sweet prince. LE damage with crit. If 3 dragons, listen. If 3 dragons was good, it would have been nerfed. Okay? You know what I don't see in these patch notes? 3 dragons, okay? I don't see any notes about 3 dragons in this fucking patch. If 3 dragons was good, it would have been nerfed. Dog shit helmet. Sleeper OP. Auto bomber made you log out? Why did auto bomber make you log out? Serious question. 3 dragons is good? Oh, legend. Made the game a snooze fest? But this was fun. You'll never get to do this again. This is a one-time thing. Gonna rush in the end game. I'm gonna play at the pace that suits my ability. You're having fun and then you equipped auto bomber. I think a lot of us have the same problem. We all equipped auto bomber and we're just like, well, this game's fucked. I will agree with you. He said, this man has become a believer in waiting for Korea to figure it out. Three dragons is good. The out of context clip. Can frost wall cause heavy stun? Cast on dodge is not a travel skill. I'm gonna be in maps in 6 hours? Nah. I assume I'll be in maps on Saturday. If I had to guess, I'd be in maps on Saturday. Chat. I need that Ziggy D video again. My kid's gonna be so pissed. He's gonna come home and his fucking YouTube feed's gonna be all fucking Path of Exile stuff. Oh no. Alright, I need to see the video again.
Who has the pre else, so they might as well deal some damage. Spear throw can actually consume a frenzy charge to create a small explosion. There's no real reason to do this, but it's a cute little addition. My different cause a thing, get that frenzy dash in a circle for packs in most cases. They want to be moving around, so does actually apply to that explosion.
That's what I'm looking
Fantastic.
for. We're cooking. We're cooking. You know they removed the downside to Ocean? No, I had no idea. I have an idea. You were playing when they removed the downside of Ocean? This doesn't even I remember. Or I cared. Or I paid attention. What if we play Lightning Furies on and we convert 85% of it to cold, and then we could shock and freeze? Freaking belt gets destroyed for Divine Sync? Still really good though. I don't think the belt's destroyed. I still think it's really good. What's up? What up, man? Bro's trading on the last day. Not trading anything. What's up? What I mean? I saw people last night playing Path of Exile for the first time ever. I was helping somebody new last night. No clue what they were doing. It was adorable. I was like, can we change one skill? And they were like, sure. We changed one skill and they're like, oh my God, my monk slaps. And I was like, yes, it does. How about that 3 dragons? 3 dragons is not in the patch notes. It's not nerfed. It sucks. It's decent. No, because everybody's going to think Ingenuity fucking sucks and they're just going to sell it and it's going to be cheap. So dumbasses are going to sell it and I'm going to buy it and I'm going to XDD. You doing a patch note video to YouTube? It's already today's YouTube video, bro. Have you guys spent 5 seconds today clicking on today's latest YouTube video? Have you left a like on today's latest YouTube video? If you haven't, now's a really good chance to click on the link and let that video play. And then you can leave a like and a comment. Or if you're watching now on YouTube, don't forget to hit the like button and the thumbs up. XDD. You cosplay wearing 3 dragons? I'm gonna cosplay dragon these nuts, you know what I'm saying? 2 of your 9 bills are close to untouched. Sleeper OP. Will item filters be updated? To my knowledge, he's already working on them. The algorithm blessed me with your video. Yeah, it was cool to hear. I actually, even on my cell phone, because I have a different YouTube account logged in on my cell phone for watching like horror stuff that won't accidentally leak into like Dean's algorithm. And I don't want it to be filled with PoE shit. So like, even that like somehow got recommended my own video. Let me tell you a Seeker build? Sure, I'm listening. There's a new support gem that covers all damage, extra damage called Lightning Spears equal freeze mechanic equal frenzy charge galore. You know, chat, by the way, for bossing and early bosses, you know, Monk might be the best play. And hear me out. Hear me out. Monk is the only source of overcapped energy shield. I agree. Poison or chaos. What's the goal at the moment with mapping and PoE2? Trying to get stuff before tomorrow. What's the goal with mapping? Well, people want to talk about and see PoE2, and there's nothing to do for the next 12 hours. So instead of playing another game, and doing nothing, I just pretend to map. I said that shit earlier. You're bored as fuck. Just try Headhunter with your Titan. It wouldn't work. It needs the ingenuity. I wasn't kidding when I was like really sure that Invoker might be like the line. Invoker might actually also be tankier than a lot of the other builds. You're almost 95, so you know what you're doing the next 12 hours. This build seems very well balanced. Thanks, man. I like it a lot. If they were changing ascendancies, what do you mean? There's ascendancy notes. I have a feeling Lich is going to get emergency nerfed. Outside of what was mentioned. I don't know. Invoker Javazon. I'm very strongly agreeing with that. Yeah, there's a really good chance that like Lich is just gonna get giga nerfed like immediately. I would say playing Lich, you're playing with fire, right? I would say like every day that you log in Lich would be a day that you should be worried it's gonna get changed. So like I wouldn't play Lich, honest to God, I wouldn't play Lich if you don't have the mental capacity to re-roll in the morning. Like if you're somebody who's going to break down and lose their mind because Lich gets nerfed, don't play it. I always do it. Yeah, but I'm talking about those Andes who cry that their busted OP shit got nerfed. What are you gonna play? Well, I was going to play Huntress. And now I'm kind of like really debating Monk. Yeah, like Invoker Spear. Yeah. I'm baiting him into it. Boring. Why not Titan Bleed? Why Titan? I think Ritualist is the Ascendency you play when you have gear. Monk, he's talking about Monk with a spear, yeah. Why not Blood Mage Spear? Lead Crit Frenzy? What do you mean? Nerf Ingenuity makes curled fingers even better. What's curled finger? Is that the Ritualist Ascendency? Hasho! Excuse me. The extra ring slot. As value? Ingenuity doesn't affect it though, does it? Bless you, thank you. I thought Ingenuity didn't affect it, right? It doesn't? Okay, that's what I thought. They said it should affect it? Yeah, but like, Ingenuity has been updated multiple times on here already. Oh! Oh! See? It's been changed. Ingenuity. An Ingenuity belt no longer has 48% increased bonuses gained from equipped rings. Instead, it now has 20 to 30% increased bonuses from the left ring and 20 to 30% bonuses from the right wing. Oh my god, these are individual rolls! It's still good. What is that? It's not a bad, it's still good. It's probably still best in slot. Is it smart? Yeah, why not? No, it's not gonna hurt. It buffs charms too now? Yeah, it's insane. For rings and amulet. It is only okay because belt mods suck. It's trash and doesn't even affect the third ring. You're wrong. You're just wrong. That's wrong. Look, I'll show you why. The variance on the belt is irrelevant. That part's irrelevant. There is nothing you can get on a belt that would be better ever than Ingenuity. Resistances only go up to 45, which you get on one ring. You get 2 charm slots. You get life on a ring. The only thing that would beat Ingenuity would be a better belt. And I don't even think Mage Blood for charms could beat Ingenuity. Still get more from a regular belt? Not with 3 rings, you don't. And 2 and then 3 of them being enhanced. I'm paying big price for a good roll Ingenuity. What else are you going to do with the currency? What else are you going to do with the currency? Shove it in your ass and do nothing? What are you going to do with the currency? Hoard it? You can still get more life and resistance from regular belt. We don't know if we get a better belt yet. You're right. We have no clue. All we can do is make assumptions based on the current state of information that we have now. Not having a proper divine sync that you know about. First straight divine, I get to the league, goes straight to the ass. I wonder if we get any chase items because Temporalis is dead. Who knows? It'll be expensive. There'll be more drop rate for all bosses. I don't think more gear is going to drop from. I think gear is going to be rarer. I don't think you're going to see as much good shit from bosses as you think, especially with all the boss pools, or all the bosses have access to all of the pools all of the time. It has both, and both have individual roles. The belt in the current state of the game is the more common drop, which they said in the interview with Gazzy and everybody that that shit's changing. Can you check PoEDB? There's a big warning on PoE2DB. Version 0.2 stuff not up until patch drops tomorrow. The torrent deliberately does not have that data. They said XDD data mining. I think Smith and Katava is going to be good since we don't know how base damage numbers. You were right. Yeah, I told you, dude. We're going to get, you know, when you're going to get data mining information, you're going to get, so if it goes live at 3 o'clock, I assume the servers go down at noon, hypothetically. If the servers go down at noon, that gives them 2 hours, 2.5 hours to data mine. Oh, see, here you go. The patch is in 16 hours. That link doesn't work. So 16 hours from now is 6 a.m. tomorrow? We know that's a play. Yeah, that's a placeholder. Oh, 16 hours in the patch notes was out. You're great. I'm wrong. I can't read. The fuck is that shit sphere? A placeholder! Yes, there was a. What? There were these. Remember? All of these existed. See? Can't remember what I didn't know. You knew though. All of these incomplete items existed. Guitaraholic has like 60 of them or some crazy number of them. Yeah, these dropped out of Ultimatum. But I didn't. Well, guess what? It's the same spear! Also, at level 16, this is probably insane. What time is the new patch? Tomorrow. But what time? Tomorrow. But when? Tomorrow. But what time? Tomorrow. What does that mean? That it's tomorrow. The patch comes out before the servers go live, though. No more chain exploding for invokers. You can still chain explode, you just can't do it the same way you were doing it. You can chain explode with invokers doing what what's his face is doing. Arrow. And shattering palm. Makes it a little bit more of a pain in the ass to do. And you could chain explode with this. Path of Exaltation down of the nerfs. I think it's fine. I think people are overreacting. I think people are way overreacting. I think you'll be justified to react if tomorrow shows up and the 100 support gems blow and all of the uniques blow, I will be the first person to be like, you're right. Explain the rules of recombinators. Okay. From my understanding how Path of Exile 2 will work, I don't give a shit about the nerfs or the beta testers. You will have a window here, and you will have a window here. Okay? These items will combine and put a window here. Okay? Item 2 will have stats 2, 4, 6, 8. And item 1 will have stats 1, 3, 5, and 7. What you'll do with a recombinator is you'll be like, I want stat 1 and I want stat 6. And then stat 1 and stat 6 should have a small chance to make a new item that's 1 and 6. If this fails, then your item is deleted, and this item is deleted, and this item is deleted. But if it doesn't fail and you check mark, you now have new item with stat 1 and 6. You then make item with stat 1 and 6, and then you make new item, same exact way, with stats 2 and 4, and then you pray that 2 and 4 and 1 and 6 make you the ultimate item of 1, 2, 4, 6. Does that make sense? Chat, what we just learned is what we will learn recoms from somebody else. The fuck did I just look at? How recombinators work. One, two, four, six. Good number. Yep. Yep. Can you turn this into a Venn diagram, please? I could try. Hold on. File new. Don't save. Okay. So we have a circle. And then we have another circle. Okay. And then we have 1, 2, 4, and 6. And then we have fucking 5, 3, 7, and 8. We're hoping that this and this go here, and then we have 2 and 7. In other words, it would sort of look like circle, circle, 2 and 7, and this would be 1, 5, and this one would be 3, 4. Item 1 plus item 2 equals item 3, and then you have trash on each of them. You don't have trash on each of them. You pick what you want to move over. You choose what you want to move over. You pick the mods. You don't just XDD, look at me. That's PoE 1. Looks like you're drawing Hershey Kisses. Looks like poop. Fucking crying. Can you mail me one? How much on Etsy? Man, read the paper while taking a shit. How to recombinate donate in POE2. Edgy old man on the pot with his purple hair. Oh, yes, side hair. Oh, I'm fucking crying. Don't forget to sign and date it. Oops. I lost my mouse. I can't see my mouse. Oh. Dawn of the hunt. 4/4/25. T. She think I'm back in psychosis? I don't know what's happening with tomorrow, but I'm at 100% XDD. Oh my god. I'll make a whole YouTube video about this. Can't post data drawing? Oop. At a time, good luck. The fucking words. The fucking words, dude. Oh, I'm fucking crying. I'm gonna miss that. That satisfying explosion, I'm gonna miss that, man. That's the only thing I'm gonna miss. You base types have to be the same to recombinate, to my knowledge. You look like kindergarten. He said fucking Bob Ross painting. I am. I'm gonna miss this. We're gonna tell our tales to our children of Titan Explode and stat stacking monk. It's just so satisfying. One more chemist run. Fuck 'em. You know my ass will find something just as fun? Oh yeah, absolutely. Do I not have any more of the fucking tokens? Oh, they're in the guild stash. Am I excited? I like starting from nothing. That's the best part of the game. You still have a Sakemmis build? Yeah. Oh, you hit rim skins? Yeah, congrats, man. It's a really bad roll, though. Rim skins, baby. Thanks for the sub.
We have 4 nights.
So is it gonna hit tonight? No, tomorrow, 3 o'clock Eastern. 2 different types of crossbows. Yeah, no, yeah, but crossbow has to go into a crossbow. Can I gift the stash to someone? You have to email GGG support and they're gonna ask you a bunch of questions to make sure they're gifting it to the right account, and then you can gift it. You can't just unfortunately gift points. How much do you need stash tab? I'm gonna donate. Well, if we're gonna buy it, we should just wait 2 weeks. Well, they said on PoEDB that the information can't be data mined because it's not in the pre-patch, and that we have to wait for the actual day of. But buy the stash tab. I mean, we should just buy it when it's on sale, though. I've been gifted stuff in game, but the person would have to like email support. Let me give you your stuff back. Okay. Next sale? Yeah, let's just do it during the next sale. It'd be like I'm not gonna say no to stash tabs, right? Like, I'm in, like, I'll take it, but we should definitely wait, right? Because like, we just get more bang for your buck if we wait. Just got a warning for the words hit you? Uh-oh. How does this build work? Well, it placed the frost wall, and then the frost wall had 0 life, and then you hit the frost wall for a lot of damage, so it just exploded the whole screen. Do it up, let me know what happens. Imagine you drop the relic, I would fucking lose my mind. I was thinking the same thing. Right when you're ready. As soon as I kill this boss. Perfect strike no longer ignites. Is that how the guy was doing it? They didn't brick and they got better. Congrats. You have split faction in your cart? Uh-oh. This sanctum's 1,000 times better, yeah. I just give you the rim skins. They gotta play SSF. I'll take them. I can log on and grab them too if you want. Make life easy. You're forcing me to play it at some point? Sounds good. The wall skip? Probably not yet. Is my character wearing a ball of ice? What the fuck? What the fuck? Oh, it's gone. Is it slowing me down? No, it wasn't. It's just visual. I should go kill my hardcore character. Why? That's a good question. Why not? What level is it? 50.
The foe ahead is
You didn't hit the goal?
formidable. Steel yourself.
I will overcome this challenge.
I never went back to play. We all played Path of Exile 2. No, we fucking didn't. You wouldn't know. You haven't been around. It wouldn't be very hard to hit it today. It was for level 80. It'd be fine. You could easily do it today. It was level 80. You can go fuck around with it. You made a spreadsheet? A spreadsheet for what? Where's the map layout info? In the Discord from Guitarholic that I don't have access to create invites for. You made a spreadsheet for the gift. I'm so confused. Come get the rim skins? Listen, I'm gonna go get 80 right now. Relax. I'm gonna get the rim skins, take a poop, and go hit level 80. But everybody's probably quitting. Up to you. You tell me what you want me to do. Damn it, no build? What do you mean, damn it, no build? There's an entire video about this. This build won't work in like 20 hours. The build is dead. Thanks for sub. Please, game. Just for nostalgia? They're not corrupted. Did nothing go through? Did it not work? You can just drop them. I'll just grab them. It's easier. I hate the fucking trading system in this game. It doesn't work with ingenuity. They disappeared? What do you mean they disappeared? I invited you and waited, and then my game crashed. Been looking for a bit. Now getting on the plane. Nice. How did they disappear? You just had them. Well, I clearly don't have them. Good to see you, Mr. Spider. What up, bro? What up, dude? Everything I'm dropping is disappearing. What the fuck? Well, this dropped. I got this. Sir, trade. I need room. Sir, please. Thank you. On this Jotun, I thought about making one, and then everything I read says they're super bad. Yeah, there's nothing there. It's all gone. We made it to level 50, Act 2 Cruel. Looking forward to more Epoch than PoE2. I get nerfs, but holy damn. But you also don't know what buffs are coming. You don't know what skill gems are coming. You don't know what supports are coming. You don't know anything. You only saw the bad. They're gone? They're in my inventory. When did they get in my... Have they been there the whole time? You saw my inventory, right? They weren't there. Am I blind? See, look, he said, no, they weren't there because I had them. I mean, I have the VOD. We're either both dumb or they didn't go. Or it was server lag. I had them? They were there? Yeah, there's nothing there. They were there! I'm dumb. You idiot. Scam me? You didn't see him either!
The beast is time is short. Make haste.
What do you mean I scammed you? We could have duped them? Who knew? Fuck, we could have.
Move swiftly.
Probably not. I'm so glad they're making this change that I don't have to do all this bullshit. You're just excited for tomorrow? I really am.
Why have we stopped? The Halani gates are closed. For glory.
What changed? You don't have to do like one of these bullshit steps. There's so many things to do in Hero Siege as well. Yep.
Seems the Farad is up to no good in the hills of Mordor.
You're setting up your stash for the new league. Yeah, doing this on stream is such a mistake. I'm gonna die. Going through the initial campaign. I don't know anybody who has anything good. You'd have to find a link to the Discord that Guitaraholic is running, which I don't have access to. It doesn't let me make an invite link. We dead here? Dude, Infernalist is so strong. It's so dumb. Monk dead with the nerfs? I was just talking about re-rolling Monk, to be honest with you. Like, instead of clicking Huntress to play Monk. I think Invoker is probably going to end up being really good. Especially since it has Grim Feast built into it. Rip the doggo. Firewall was nerfed too. Going anywhere, man? It's a good day 1-2 dump tab price. Oh Jesus. You gonna meditate on weapon swap? Shield wall and trample toes? Bro, shut the fuck up. Why would you say that out loud? Fuck's wrong with you? Sir! Shut up! You know what else is in there? 3 Dragons. Yeah, because 3 Dragons was sucked. You said it though? He said it first! I got Giga nerfed on Hero Siege? What do you mean? How'd you get Giga nerfed on Hero Siege? To break armor, maybe? Probably won't need it. Samurai nerf? No, there was no nerfs. There was just the garish changes, which is whatever. .5 cooldown for procs? You won't even notice it. From the weapon comment procs? Uh-oh. Thanks for being a friend. What did I do? Yeah, it summons all these skulls, and these skulls body block everything. You see what I mean? You can only practice glyph on one mob. Bar SRS is pointless. Don't worry, you also lost skeletal warriors. They're only on your weapon now. No weapon, no warriors. You don't agree with the SRS? It's pointless. It only seems pointless because we don't have the gem information to know how it's going to work now. Oh, this for the appreciation. Hell yeah, dude. Let's go, bro. Whoa! Definitely not as strong as that we know of. Look, I leveled! One more level closer to taking all of their money! One level closer, baby! Better start sweating! It's not nice. Bro, we both know I'm going to die because I'm streaming playing this. Like, we both know it's going to die. My ability to pay attention to ground effects plus stream is 0.
Or worse.
I also have to poop, so it's like not helping. You're trying to DDoS my game right now. Uh-oh. Poop 180? As a reward? Uh-oh. The relief poop? Look, chat, level 51. Hardcore solo self-bound. I'm not constipated. What do you mean?
Is my power to wield.
Starting off as Lich because Huntress gear is going to be so in place and 77 people will be playing that. I say if you play Lich, just be okay with waking up every day and your build possibly being giga nerfed. Just simply due to the fact that I have a feeling that Lich is just going to get giga nerfed immediately. I'm about Dean and his stomach issues. I felt so bad for Dean yesterday. He was playing at the park and he fell off the little playground thing. He went to go jump off where the monkey bars were and he slipped and he fell. And he like landed square on his chest. He's like, Dad. I thought he fucking broke something. No major nerfs, no major patches. Tomorrow is a major patch. Think this up?
Why?
What I mean? Oi! Still Sprunky toys now? I have not. Do they make noise? Now they're scared to nerf. Some of your Scarab idols, I don't have them. I literally don't have them. Word? Wait. I'll prove it. Because somebody else, like an hour ago, asked me for idols too. So now people are just gonna, I know you believe me that I wouldn't just lie to you. But I've been asked multiple times already for my idols. And they're all gone. The day you didn't log in? Yes. Because what happened was that night when I loaded up Hero Siege, I got so many messages. Yeah, see, look. I have Mendo's Expedition. Oh, no, these are my Beast ones. I got my Beast ones back. And these are the Abyss ones. But yeah, these are gone.
What have you got?
Gateway, even all my alterations. Almost at the boss. I thought you had a set of Scarab idols. What happened to them? Has there ever been a league of PoE1 that was unplayable because of nerfs? So like, I can't speak for other people, but like nerfs don't bother me. Like, I don't care that shit gets nerfed. That's the one thing you just don't have. Oh. Like, the game's never going to be unplayable because the base game itself is good, right? If we're talking like PoE1, right? I will equip the ring skin, yes. You know what people doing when they saw the Clondra map in the trailer? Because it was just like this patch. Everything was nerfed. Good morning, good morning. What up, dude? What happens in Path of Exile is they nerf everything and people cry like little fucking girls and just choose to not learn. That's what happens. Just tried to play through Act 1 the first time in months was getting destroyed. If everything is nerfed, I'm aware. What? So then don't play. It's fine. You'll be okay. You also like don't like, keep in mind, you only saw the nerfs. You saw none of the gem information, none of the gem scaling, and they've already told us that all of the shit is changing too. So we don't know if it's changing for the positive or for the negative. Dude, I told somebody yesterday in the Discord was complaining. I said, you're the motherfucker that wanted this. And he goes, no, I only wanted one thing. I only wanted this one thing to be nerfed. I didn't want this to be nerfed too. I said, it's like a monkey paw situation, man. What did you think was gonna happen? You scream and cry for one thing to be nerfed because it's powerful. You don't think they're gonna nerf your powerful shit because you didn't want it nerfed? It's fine. I'm just disappointed. I don't think there's any reason to be disappointed until we log in tomorrow or see the rest of the information. Because 3 rings. Ritualist? Maybe. I think I'm agreeing with Mr. Skadoosh. I think leveling will be just fine. This boss is gonna fucking kill me. Oh, Jesus. Please kill it. Thank God. Invoke is on build coming soon. That's what I'm thinking. There's a really good chance of that. As an on-screen OP, because it's going to take a while to make it good. It's probably going to be insane. It's going to take a while before you have the gear to make Ritualist good. It's never just going to be good right away. You're going to have to, like, get it good.
Probably shouldn't do that here. I know, but you have your orders.
I have no idea how the game will be till we play it. But on paper, I'm just super disappointed. Still gonna play and find out myself. I agree. That's the best way to do it. I said this earlier, Jilly. I said what happened with the nerfs in the notes are wild. They're disappointing. Probably needed. Some stuff, because I did a whole video on it this morning. I don't know if you saw it. Some stuff I felt like was like unnecessary, right? But we don't know the bigger picture yet. So it's so hard to like fully just like dive in and be sad because there's so much, right? Was busy getting destroyed in Act 1. You know what's funny? It's kind of like you said, if you're having a hard time now in Act 1, you bro, I don't fucking know. All right, I'm going to the bathroom. Good luck. Godspeed, ladies and gentlemen. Longest P ever? No, I'm poping, bro. Given there 3 dragons and called it a day? Yes. Are we at the Trader's Passage already? What video? The local hall videos. The local hall videos. I think I don't have to do Balboa again because I am sure as shit not doing it again. Also, like, it makes so much sense that these mobs have more energy shield than they're supposed to have. Well, good thing all that's getting fucking fixed.
None can oppose me.
2 minutes later, they relieve the nerf notes who are changed to be worse. They probably just posted the wrong notes. What's really funny is I saw a leak on Billy about Ingenuity that was completely different. Like somebody who had access to the beta client or alpha client for 0.2.0 had a completely different Ingenuity. So that belt's been changed a couple of times over the last month. Bet, yeah, it's been very interesting to see. Guaranteed on uniques. Yeah, the whole charm slot thing is really weird. Like, I don't understand why that has to be a modifier on gear and we have to earn it. Like, that just seems dumb. New toys to try? Yeah, I'm excited, man. Charms supposedly to fix the spamming flask? Yeah, I don't know. It's just weird. I think they changed charms in PO2 just to be different. No, they said what happened was, and they talked about it. They said that alpha testers and beta testers for PoE2 said that WASD plus all the buttons for combos plus Flask felt like too much and it was just overbearing. And Flask got changed like a week or two before the client went live to the public. Charms were like a super last minute thing from my understanding. Just click warrior. I'm thinking about clicking monk and using javelins. Yeah, charms were an extremely last minute thing. That's good too. Spirit Node nerf for Invoker? Meh. It was too strong and we both know it. It's still strong. You just have to do more investment into it and get a better chest plate now. Okay, we're good. Dude, I feel like every step of the way that I take, I'm gonna just insta-die now. Now I'm all nervous and shit, focusing on gameplay, not really talking anymore. I'm fucking boring now, bro. I'm getting boring. Crossbows, minions, or spears, or potential tech floating around? I haven't seen any of that. Shit is boring. I know, I just took one. Dude, sometimes I think about the shit that comes out of my mouth. I'm like, what is wrong? What, honestly, what is wrong with me? Why am I like this? We're good, right? We're surviving, we're chilling. Ruin your brain like the rest of us? Maybe. Just maybe. Infusions per second. What's the TLDR on this video you just sent me? This is not what we want to be doing at all. No, no, no. Fuck Balbala. Ain't no shot we going in on Balbala. Bala Bala? Is it Bala Bala? Yeah, we're not touching Bala Bala. Fuck that. We out. Ain't no time to go messing around with that girl. Rake Bala Bala? That girl gonna kick me in the dick. I don't want to be kicked in the dick. I think a lot of my problem today was playing Ranger, and I'm not used to Ranger gameplay. You didn't have any problem with the initial campaign on the launch? You might also just be out of practice from Path of Exile. I don't know if you were doing other games or playing other games. When I turned this on yesterday, I was like having the hardest time just like navigating everything, right? You know, like there's a world where that exists. Gonna get punted? What does that mean? Dude, I just tried to press F to summon this girl too. Means you suck. You suck! I didn't suck! What do you mean I suck? Dude, I'll tell you in all seriousness, Minions is just like so good. Why am I playing this OP build? Because they bet me I couldn't get to level 80 in hardcore solo self-found. And then I forgot about it, and I was level 50 already, so they're like, XDD, guess no money for you. And I was like, XDD, I got all day, baby. I got all day, baby. You're ripping about 30 to 35 minutes? Why? 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 Sir, why? Sir, madam, why? It would take a hella distraction to get me killed. Yeah, it's Thursday. Dean's going to his mom's. Dad's got money to get. Daddy needs a new pair of shoes. Scripted death and a quick stream ending. To go log on Hero Siege before tomorrow.
Death is my power to wield.
Started the countdown. I can just pause my game and go fuck off for 35 minutes. You get your brother to start playing. It's so good. We play a game with this one person is really cool and amazing. We can do that too. I do need to stream this all day though. There are people who are genuinely very excited about this. I am also genuinely very excited about this. You know what I'm not excited about? I have to get up tomorrow at 6:30 in the morning. That part I'm not excited about, but everything else is fine. Why? Oh, I got a doctor's appointment. Just standard fucking checkup bullshit. I forgot I scheduled it forever ago. You're debating what to play until tomorrow? You just click Huntress. Problem solved. 6 a.m. though? Well, I'm gonna get up at 6. And I'm gonna take a shower. I'm gonna brush my teeth, make coffee, and then the appointment's at 8. I gotta make sure I wash my balls so I don't walk into the doctor's office smelling like ass cheeks. Fuck chat, we leveled again. Going to bed at 4 a.m. I actually went to bed relatively early last night. I was watching a streamer for a while last night, learn Path of Exile 2, and it was wild to watch new people play. And I gave them help for a little bit, and then I was so tired, I just like went to bed. And as I was like going to bed, Dean was waking up anyway, so it was like the perfect time. And he was like, "Dad," I'm like, "Yes, Dean." He's like, "Can I sleep in your bed?" I was like, "Bro, I'm so tired, just get into bed. I'm going to bed." And then he passed right out, so I was like, sick. So I went straight to bed. It was great. Please don't fucking kill me. I'll be so sad. Don't you fucking do it. I'll be so sad. I'm about to Elon Musk this bitch. Bow Amazon? Why bow Amazon? Why not spears? Serious question. That's what Fub's doing? Somebody cue the sheep emote. I think that's fine though, in all seriousness. Like, I think bow Amazon's probably really fine. Just means less people playing spears to make content against. Rolling. 32 minutes. We're probably just gonna die right here. This guy sucks. Oh, Jesus. We're dead. dead.
Make haste! We must not escape! German Ra, the corpse king. Quickly! He called us the very
Nice. Oh, spooky. Fuck that guy. Fuck him. Too much. Too much. Funny as fuck. Probably too much though.
This is no natural sandstorm. We must battle sorcery with sorcery. Let us return to the caravan and
Too much. Look. The more I look at it, the funnier it is, but probably not the best idea.
who goes there? I only if the I will. No need to rush.
Nope.
Goodbye. Can't do that, German. What?
285. I keep pressing buttons from other games. Probably fine. Click the link. Look at the animation. This emote is active in 2.3K channels. That's hilarious. That's so funny. Where's the well? Give me the well. New tornado watch? Dude, it's like 80 degrees where I live. It's fucking wild, dude.
Fight to the last.
All right. Let's go Mastodon first. Mastodons first. Wishing you the bibbity bobbity bop 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 day. What up, Tony? This is the part of the game that gives you PTSD. Uh-oh. It's your boy Tony.
Place of ritual.
You're up till 2 a.m. Last night because of NATO warnings? It's crazy. We're gonna die. You were drunk, you stepped through it? didn't wake up dead, so it worked out. Uh-oh. Oh, I gotta link somebody to the patch notes. How can you wake up dead? Well, you see, when you wake up and everything's white outside, or everything's set on fire, and you didn't go to bed with everything set on fire, or everything being bright and white, you know something's fucked. It's also cheating by using escape. Part of the game! I'm multitasking. Oh, we're dead. How do you know that you're not dreaming? All right, listen here, Inception. Oh, we gotta move out of this. Game Eagle pussy mode, not hardcore. Guess what? The game gave me tools, and you know what I'm gonna use them? I'm gonna use those tools. Why? Because I'm not a fucking sheep. I'm not brain dead. You know what I'm gonna use? The tools the game provided me. I ain't stupid. That's not what I want. It's fine for now. We won't use it. We're good. Things aren't mutually exclusive. Guess that is true. Come on, the hardcore playthrough is exciting, isn't it? At any given moment, I could just like my character goes, and then it's game over. Good. We're alive. I don't want to roll this flask. I'm already excited and more noticeably here. Hero Siege is a good game too. You'd probably be super addicted to it. It'd probably ruin your life. I think we're going the wrong way. I think we're supposed to go up this way. But I mean, I guess it's fine. Maybe appreciate the graphics more. I think both games have a lot of really good positives. Oh no, we went the right way.
Pit graves and necromancers.
We got the case of Red Bull. We'll see. I need a spirit gem to level this stupid raging spirit. You gonna feel the pressure soon? There's not really any pressure, to be honest with you. The only parts of this campaign that are gonna be pressure is like the Act 2 boss. And then from there, it's pretty much smooth sailing until the Viper boss. But I'm already like almost over leveled for the zone that I'm in. And if things start to get too hard, I'm gonna back out and level. Even like the monkey's like not that big of a deal as long as he doesn't roll into you, right? Because you just back up. There's not really a whole lot of pressure, to be honest with you. The only time too after we get through the campaign is just the first couple of maps until we're able to like sort our gear out to not die. But if you can just like sort your gear, you just sit in tier 1 maps and figure 80. Can you realize the longer? What do you mean? You'd love to see me die while talking right now? Just maybe. What time's they start? 3 o'clock Eastern. Like, that guy could have killed me. But, you know, he has to kill me through 1,000 health, 300 energy shield, with 700 mana. I think my resistances are pretty good, too. Hi, sir. Hello. Give it a break. I think he's just having fun. He's in countdown mode, bro. Dude, the Huntress is look insane for Queen of the Forest. Queen of the Forest is just nerf though. Guess I go Huntress too. I'm actually contemplating clicking Monk. God, Sag, should be the passion. It's fine. We're getting so much later. My boss is sitting online right now because he doesn't believe I'm actually working. He thinks I must be faking it. Man is starting to get concerned. Uh-oh. I'm so excited. How am I? I'm very excited. Ready to go, baby. Log in. Did I not get the stupid thing in here? Oh, that's so fucking annoying. That's really good. It's really good. My mana floss is empty because we swap floss. How am I? Life's good, man. We're chilling. Doing a little hardcore solo self-bound, kill some time. Minions are alive again. Looks good. Okay, we just gotta dodge. This is a nice little wake-up call to like how to play this game again, which has been really nice. Okay, he's stunned. It's almost dead. I'm not. Oh hell, what are you talking about? One-shot line? There was a one-shot line? I was talking about these balls that they summon that shoot the fucking projectiles, but the projectile actually seems to get blocked by the flame wall.
I suppose I am your
I don't know. It's easy.
answer. These
There's like really little fear in dying. Like Infernalist is just like the most busted shit right now. You almost ate the slam? No, I did not. It was fine. Fuck out of here. Immediately gets one shot. Should I scripted death now? Is that where we're at? I feel like I have like a lot of layers of defense to punch through though. I'm also really surprised that the relic hasn't fallen yet. Which, to be honest, I didn't even think I need. I think I could just like skip the relic tomorrow. There it is. SRS isn't there? That's fine. I'm not playing SRS tomorrow. So we should be okay. You dread having to do all this again? No, it'll be fun. It'll be fine. Told you this guy's cheating? I don't understand. How am I cheating? Which uniques are you hoarding tomorrow? Nobody knows. Look, chat, Grim Feast. Oh, he cheated, all right? On what? Sir, madam. You know what? I've been memeing at you for like a week. Who are you again? Where did you come from? What year is it? I'm so confused. Huh? Can confirm we did not dupe those gloves. I did not have relations with duping the gloves. They nerfed everything into the ground. I mean, you haven't seen what's coming out yet or what the number changes are, so I'm sure it's fine. Hold on. He's also waiting for time to pass. No, I'm literally answering a DM from the British exile. He wants to know what I'm playing tomorrow. He's the homie, bro.
Great culture. How
He's like, what do I log in? I'm not gonna make this man wait. Leaked DMs. Uh-oh. You got me. Still no blight, unfortunately. The patch is a bust. Unfucking believable. Where's Cassia, mommy? Now I know why he makes me wait. Because he doesn't make the homies wait. I make it. What do you mean? Nobody gets special treatment in this bitch. Everybody gets treated as equals. Except British Exile. TBE just said to me, I'm going to take your build and we're going to piss into the wind. And I said, then we're going to piss into the wind together, baby. Huh? You heard me.
quiet your tongue?
Into the wind together. You rip a big one? Gross. I want all of these. Hello, good morning. How are you? You just crop dust your enemies? Fuck them. When their gem nodes will be removing? Oh, the 12 ones? Yeah, I was talking about Bike Smokes about that this morning. He's really scared about that because he was thinking about playing Lich. There's like a whole world where like you like click Adorn, but you like can't click Adorn because it's like, yo, fuck. Getting my coffee ready? I'm so sad. My coffee's empty. Can I have some? Sir, madam, please. Oh my god, farting so gross. The fuck you want me to do? Hold it and explode? Yes. The inner jewel sockets? I think it's these outer ones. No, you're right. Probably the inner ones like this one, this one. Adorn got a nerf, removes loads of gem sockets. I also suspect the inner ones. I have plenty to go around. Excuse me, just pour it down my throat. I beg. I will get up. I will open my mouth and just right here. This is one of those moments where I realize the shit that comes out of my mouth, especially with new people and their first time here. Holy. It's hot. Listen. You are, I know. It's just fine. Fart it up. Ugh. Thank you for the follow. What's up, man? You missed it earlier, Luna. I was giving a master class on Path of Exile and teaching people. And I was giving a master class on how high-end gear works. And I drew this beautiful picture. And then somebody asked me to draw it as a Venn diagram. So I drew the crafting session as a Venn diagram. Where's your live action fart? Right there! What do you mean? Here I was sleeping, missing this vital information. It's okay. You have this amazing ability now to get it in real time. Chat, I'm gonna hit a waypoint and I'm gonna swap characters. Luna's first time playing Path of Exile was yesterday, and she killed the Act 1 boss for the first time ever yesterday, and it was great to watch in a massive clusterfuck of who's its and what's its. And they've never seen high-end Path of Exile before. So I said I would swap my character in a minute and I would go blow up a fucking map. And then we will resume the hardcore SSF shenanigans. All right, do you want to see guns or hammers? What's your forte, miss? Do you want to see a giant dude wielding a fucking mace? Oh, that's the wrong game. I totally just opened up Hero Siege. Holy shit. You decided to switch to Monks and Spears? I'm really torn, dude. I'm so torn. You're just a baby? Okay, pick. Crossbows or maces? What do we fancy right now? Big Oonga Boonga Smash? No, the realm is not down for maintenance, you fuck. Crossbows. It's a good argument. It's a really solid argument. I'm really torn on what to do tomorrow. I thought about making a video about it and just like asking the generalized public what they thought might be a good idea. This is my monk who's missing a belt. Don't look, my pants fell. This crashing on character select is the worst. I gotta find the belt and then I gotta move the belt. And then when I move the belt, then I can play the character because I can't wear pants on that character without a belt, I guess. Not you mooning everybody. Listen, sometimes you got to give peaks for free. How else do you get people to subscribe? How else do I get the dollars? You writing that down? You're welcome. See, I got you. Only Travs? Listen, I told you guys. If I had an audience for it... Wait, this is the wrong character. God, I suck at this game. If I had an audience for it, I'd probably do it. I don't know if I'd have an audience. Am I cute enough, chat? This is going to be the worst thing tomorrow, by the way. Logging out and having the game crash and having to log back in tomorrow. Oh, I'm going to lose it, man. Definitely. Is it on this character? Is the ingenuity here? What do you think about Ranger as a starter? Ranger's probably fine. I'd probably click Huntress, though. Please be here. Well, there's the ingenuity. Okay. Am I missing the amulet on this guy too? Fuck. Here I was trying to show off and prepare. Oh no, the amulet's here. Here I was trying to be a little show off, and now everything's breaking. Unbelievable.
And shatter they shall.
So this is my monk, and he's got a gun, and this is his other gun, and this is his other gun, and that's his gun. And then high-end Path of Exile has you go into these things called maps, and then you take this thing, and then you put it in this thing, and then you click a button, and then there's a hole, and then you jump in the hole, right? And then what you do is you just kind of like run around a little bit, and you look around with your gun ready, and then you just give them the business, right? And then you just give them the business, and then everything explodes and dies. And then you have nothing to worry about because you just one tap everything. And then you just run in a straight line because everything just insta dies.
Not yet.
But then
I'm unable.
well, what's crazy is this crossbows is getting buffed tomorrow. So they're probably gonna be a lot better too, which is wild. Oh, I'm stuck over there. Actually, we're gonna...
I cannot.
Yeah, crossbows counted as one-handed weapons in terms of, like, everything. Right? So, tomorrow, crossbows are getting two-handed modifiers, which they weren't already doing. One tap and done, my wife would leave me? Sometimes there's two taps. So that's one way to play Path of Exile. No, I fucked up. I fucked up again. I hate this game. Perfectly clipped in context. Should ask GGG where the Fs are. Where the F are the bolts for the crossbow? That's what I want to know. And this is the other character. This is the other way to do things. So eventually, you might not be able to do this anymore, but eventually you just kind of pop the whole screen and like nothing matters. This character is very visually satisfying. This was probably the funnest character I played the whole league. Where like nothing mattered. Nothing mattered. There was nothing, anything at any point could do, and it just didn't matter. Yeah, Path of Exile. So this is what I was trying to tell you yesterday. Path of Exile devolves into this sheer degeneracy where you just kill everything. This is nerf. This is 100% fucking dead tomorrow. You can't play, like, you'll never be able to do this again. But that doesn't mean that we won't find ways to do it again. You know what I mean? Like, it's only a matter of time before somebody figures out something. I don't have the gemling put together anymore. What's really interesting too is Frost Wall and the interaction with Frost Wall and Trample Toe got nerfed, right? But as Spooker mentioned earlier, the interaction with Shield Wall did not get nerfed. Why would they kill the fun like that? Because you... Oh my god, dude, I almost said some insane shit. That is a question I can't answer. Ah, Divine Baby, let's go!
And all
I almost said some off-the-wall shit when she said, why would they nerf the fun of it? I would have gotten, oh my god, dude, holy. When does the new season start? 3 o'clock Eastern. And we would have clipped it. The last time I said what I was about to say, I got yelled at by a viewer. He yelled at me. He was like, you know, I came in for a serious question and you said because you touch yourself at night, and I didn't appreciate that. And I'm like, my bad, but here's your answer. Stop touching. No, never as crazy as that. I just have to calm down a little bit with, you know, the random shit. We gotta be humble and wholesome starting tomorrow. It's a new league, man. No more insanity. No more insanity. But yeah, I do, in all seriousness, I kind of wonder. I'm gonna go see if I can find a mob. So like, shield wall's insane. So yeah, I think there's a world. Did we die? We did not die. I am showing Miss Luna here, who has never seen high-end Path of Exile, what high-end Path of Exile looks like. It does work. It does work. Shield wall's not in the notes, right? Shield wall segment life past gem level 20 now matches that of ice wall from frost wall, for example. This is a reduction in total life. Explosion radius. Did they buff this? I know he mentioned this yesterday. He told me too. Making it do more damage? Delete the VOD? I gotta go. I gotta go right now. Fuck, dude. Yeah, but this doesn't make ice crystals. You just read the line? This doesn't make ice crystals. This line says ice crystals. This doesn't make ice crystals. Sir, please. Sir, I beg. Creates a wall of ice crystals. Ice crystals have 800 life, but doesn't make ice crystals. No! You couldn't cast on dodge this anyways. It's in the section of the wall, but it's not ice crystal. What do you mean? The Temporalis nerf? It doesn't matter because shield wall can't be put into anything anyways. It wouldn't matter because you couldn't, there's no cooldown on this. It doesn't, Temporalis is irrelevant for this. There's zero cooldown on it. You can just sit here and spam them all you want. Look at the segments, they just have explosions. People seem to be sleeping on crossbow stuff. Only the people you looked at. So that life now scales like ice crystal, right? But you would just leave it low level.
Go on.
You just leave it at a low level, right? How do we make it boom fast? You just right click it. What do you mean? It still works. I think I just broke my chair. Nope, we're good. You need gear. You couldn't just do this. It wouldn't work without gear. My FPS is going to shit. We're watching a slideshow. I know OBS is having an aneurysm. Oh, I know. OBS is like literally screaming. My end is fine. My OBS is having an aneurysm. It is begging me to stop. Time for a streaming PC? Hello, chat. I am in need of money for a streaming PC. Where's the Starford sponsor at? Uh-oh. Yeah, it works. What build is this on? This is on a Titan. Nothing got changed on Titan. Everything's fine. Warrior's so bad. You want to see the best part? Wait, you want to know the best part is? Look, I have cast on dodge and Herald of Ice turned off. And Grim Feast turned off. It's all off. Delete the VOD now. No way this survives. It's not in the patch notes. What do you mean? For fuck's sake, please. They can edit the patch notes. They won't. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. Y'all overreacting for nothing. Look, I bet it can't even kill a boss, right? Look, let's go test. Let's just go test. The panic is real. It'll be fine. It'll be absolutely nothing to worry about. Nothing to worry about. I promise. Watch him one-tap it. You're back. I miss you already. GG and plays are screaming. We missed one! We missed one! Quick! Mark! We missed one! The wall tech is alive! It's alive! We're dead. It's not supposed to have supports. That's the point. Because you want Trample Toast over cap damage. Holy fuck, it's laggy. I know it's laggy. It's just frost. It's just the shield walls breaking everything. I know. It'll be fine. Let it catch up. If it causes server lag, it'll need to be nerfed. I don't think it's causing server lag. I think it's just so many things for OBS to process at the same time. You're not fucking streaming with it? I'm making a video right now. What do you mean? I'm literally recording all of this. I'm gonna edit it live on twitch.tv and post it straight to YouTube. Ugly, unreadable ring? What are you talking about? Chat, for the I've gotten 4 DMs from people asking me for the build guide for this. It is literally the warrior video that I've put out before. Nothing's changed. None of this is new tech. We knew this was a thing from months ago. See, it doesn't one tap. Yeah, see? I want to know what I did the first time that dealt all that damage. I think I missed the Infernal Cry on the boss and the wall. So I think you have to shield wall and Infernal Cry. But I mean, like... You have to adjust the shield wall? Oh, you have to have the shield wall face the enemy. Omen Sake. They're expensive. Fortress on it too? Oh, that's smart. That's the, yeah, that's what you just said. Yeah, that's what he was just saying. Oh, 2 sockets. Whoa! Wow! Well, I mean, you need them to be 34% or better, or it doesn't work as well. So you need to get the highest pair of trample toes that you can get. Hello, I am Lena, Human Resources Customer Service Representative of Just. Your resume has been recommended by many online recruitment companies, so our company would like to offer you a part-time job. You can earn a salary ranging from 50 to 500 US dollars per day. The base salary is $688 day per 4-day work. And the monthly salary is $6,300 US dollar. There is a 4-day trial period. After the trial period, you can sign employment contract with company. If you'd like participate, please send number message to. Please note applicant must be 18 years old to be eligible. Look forward your joining. Seems legit. I have to pee. I just saw the funniest TikTok where this guy's HOA is giving him shit because they can see his trash cans. So they told him that he had to hide his trash cans. So he started hiding his trash cans, and then he erected a bat sanctuary on his lawn. So now they can't say shit to him. I saw that. A bat sanctuary? Yes, sir. HOAs on America looks like everybody else outside. Mr. Scotty K Fitness. Great, my game crashed again. Damn it. I don't like living in an HOA neighborhood, but I mean, it is what it is. I will say though that like dealing with the HOA is still better than living in Jersey. Whoa. All right, let's go get leveled again. That makes me so mad. I'm mad with you. You want to be mad together? Everybody loves New Jersey, likes it. I love Jersey, but the cost of living was terrible. Moving to Virginia Beach was like the best thing ever. Yes? Hell yeah, dude. So it's like 5 tax brackets over me. The thing with Jersey is like if you live in Jersey and it's insanely expensive, you can afford to live in Jersey. But if you ever move out of Jersey, you can never afford to move back to Jersey. So I am forever stuck in Virginia Beach. I like it here a lot though. It is a very pretty area. And it's a really good school system for my kid. Wait, that's huge. Tell me what's new. What's new with what? Yoey? We won't know until Friday. That's how I feel about Washington. I've been trying to move since November. I know very few people that live in the Washington, Oregon area. You're like one of 3 that I can count on one hand. Please don't let me die. I believe yesterday she said she was in Washington State. It's gorgeous, that's expensive. Uh-oh. I've also only been on the West Coast like 3 times. And each time was for, no, 4 times. I've gone 3 times for TwitchCon. And then 1 time for a sponsorship deal. They flew me out. Hey, yo, what up, bro? What up, dude? Blood Boil and the Bleed Herald redundant. Do they not stack? They should stack. Why wouldn't they stack? Should they not stack? They should stack. You should be able to Blood Boil and Herald the Blood bitches. Can you not? You go to TwitchCon this year? I don't know yet. If I can afford to. Why, you want to hang out? I would like to go. It's been like a bit. It's been like a minute since I've been. I haven't seen some of my old friends in forever. Kind of just depends on like being in school and if funds like allow it. I do, bro. You and me would get together and burn the fucking town down. There wouldn't be a world. There wouldn't be a world where you put you and me in the same room and I'm not yelling at some motherfucker while you're setting him on fire. Well, maybe not the person on fire, but you know what I mean. Not sure yet. I'm the same, but if I can afford to. Yeah. Yeah. Wait, I zoned out for a second. See? What is this conversation? See, it worked. This is how you get people to zone back in. You're planning on going? Oh, I gotta see if I can go then, man. I gotta definitely see if I can go. We get the boys together? Oh, no. Not that kind of party. Relax. I've done some shit in my life, but not that kind of shit. No. Yesterday, speaking of, yesterday I learned, and I'm not gonna out anybody. Yesterday I learned that someone present decided that they are going to order a life-size tub of lube, and they are going to jump in said tub of lube, and then they told me that they can order it off of Amazon. And I, just like you, was zoned out playing my video game, and I was listening to a conversation of life-size tub of lube that you never know you need it in your life that you can order off of Amazon. So I found out this was a thing yesterday. Yes, miss. I did not. No, I did not. Because I feel like if I go on Amazon and I share an Amazon with my parents, that if I go on Amazon, my parents might have a heart attack when they notice a 3-gallon tub of lube on their fucking For You page on Amazon. They wouldn't call either of my brothers either. They would call me and be like, what are you doing? And I'd be like, you don't understand. And they would be like, you're right, we fucking don't. Make it weirder and add it to the cart? Oh, Jesus. I would get a call from my mom so fast to be like, what the fuck? Do it for the plot? Traffic. If I can join your server and portray as traffic and take loans from it and give it back with 50% interest, is it fine? They wouldn't do it. Nobody would believe you. Need to add other toys too? Like what? I already own everything else. Just don't buy it and leave it there?
Long forgotten shrines. Show me your secrets.
Do you see this, by the way? Oh yeah, to not open up Twitter on public. Holy. I don't know who Josh Strife Hayes is. What am I looking at? I don't get what I'm looking at. What is this? Tell what you need for their OnlyFans? Most of your chat will know this person. Chat, inform me, who is Josh Strife Haynes? My cat's being a pain in the ass. He's a content creator? Never heard of them. It's Josh. Bro, I didn't know who fucking Amiru was. You think I'm gonna know who some fucking game reviewer is? He's a content creator, played PoE2 and does MMO reviews. He's cool. Is the follow-up that he's a content creator who's cool, like the Zoe thing where he like slept with people too? Is this like the follow-up we're going with? But, okay, what about him? Okay, serious mode. What about him? He's actually chill. The specific tweet was just funny. Oh. He's an actor, a teacher, a plumber, you name it. Can you stop, Cat? Cat, please. You're gonna get me killed, and then I can't blame somebody else for dying, and I gotta blame you, and Twitch chat's never gonna believe that I'm blaming you, you little bitch. Ow. Somebody else has to take the fault of my character dying. Sir, Madam Miss. It's not Holly. I'm his entire Discord name himself to his name and his image. His Legion people trying to be Josh in his Discord now. Oh, that's funny. Sounds like a bunch of NPCs. Speaking of NPCs, let's go see if anybody left any crazy comments. Chat, if you haven't had the opportunity to leave a cool, crazy comment in today's YouTube video, you should get around to doing that because that would be awesome. And don't forget to leave a like and let the video play because XDD, thumbs up. 100% support the attitude for change. Thank you. I feel so bad sometimes in my YouTube comments because I say shit like swap ascendancies and people like get really excited because they think that you can change ascendancies, and I'm like, but you can't, I'm sorry. I agree with everybody saying Huntress is going to be the new Spiritborn. You are not wrong. I fully agree with you, chat. Can you imagine this is the boss I die to now? I'd be so tilted. Chat, does my game still look like a slideshow? Yes. I think I have to restart OBS. I think we have to restart OBS. Looks like a PowerPoint. Oh my God. All right, chat, we're gonna have to do it. It's on game capture or screen capture? Now it's on screen capture. No, it's on game capture now. Is it better now? Start your face while you're at it. It's gross. I know why. I know why. I know why. Because Path of Exile 2 has horrible problems when you like tab out of it to do other things like watch Twitch and stuff. So it totally makes sense that like screen capture's fucking everything else. That would make sense. There is an economy reset. Yes, sir. There will be an economy reset. Oh my God, that zoom in, it was hot. Maybe I'm just hearing things wrong. No, there's an economy reset. You can literally start fresh tomorrow if you want. What's in the notes? A lot. There's like 30 pages of like who's it's and what's it's and fuck it's. It's literally like 30 pages. We had to do something dramatic on streams like Discord for Logol. Seems like you guys are behaving here. Oh no, I constantly ban people. I banned like 3 people yesterday. What do you mean? Oh, no, no, no. I've already given warnings. I've already given warnings. Everybody, they just get banned now. No, 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 no. There's no timeout anymore. I've already made my peace. Anybody who is literally an asshole. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. You're just cooked. Why is it not uploaded yet? Why is what not uploaded yet? What do you mean? I released the video this morning. Did you not watch it? Now would be a great time to go turn it on and watch it then. Please don't fucking kill me. Hold, please. Yeah, no, they confirmed it hours ago. No, it's been up there for hours. Yeah, we looked earlier. It was there earlier. Yeah, there's nothing in the preload. There is literally log in tomorrow and fucking pray. Yeah, tomorrow is going to be an absolute shit show. Why is the algorithm bugged and not recommending me this time? That is really weird. It's really weird because I got told earlier that my video got recommended to another gentleman who hasn't been getting my videos, and he missed the last 4 videos, but today's video got recommended. So I don't know. I have no idea. What are you guys talking about? It makes me feel like the apocalypse is about to happen. The difference is now we're together. And when we burn together. God, it's gonna suck. I'm, in all seriousness, very excited for tomorrow. Regardless, so like, here's the thing with Path of Exile, right? Path of Exile for years now has gone through these moments where like, everything has been nuked out of orbit. And that's the term that Path of Exile players use, where like, you have all this great stuff, it works out really well, the new season comes, everything gets destroyed and deleted. And what happens is a lot of people are, I don't know the nicest way to say this, but a lot of people are literally crazy and they don't know how to control their emotions and they don't know how to think outside of the box and they don't know how to, formulate an opinion that is their own. So a lot of people will like go to Reddit, a lot of people will go to like other streamers and they'll latch on to this crazy negativity about shit being deleted. So a really good example is there was a build and it's called a stat stacking monk and it's gotten nerfed by like 80%, right? So let's get a calculator for a minute. Let's just do some basic math. The build was nerfed by 80%. The build on a normal budget was doing about 1 million damage. So when we reduce that amount by 80%, it's still doing 200,000 damage, which is enough to one-tap everything in the game. You know what I mean? So like, people are just going like, oh my God, this 80% nerf is deleting everything. But people then forget that this like same character on a high-end budget was doing like a little over 3 million damage. And when you nerf that by 80%, right? So like, it's still doing 640,000 damage, which is still more than enough to kill everything in the game without slowing down. So a lot of people is they see these like insane number fluctuations and then they start to hyperventilate, they panic, they curse you out, they give you death threats, the whole nine, right? It's literally what you and I talked about yesterday with Dead by Daylight being the complete crazies going crazy. The problem is to kind of use like how you and I interacted yesterday, players don't have the same type of information that like I have with the community here because we bounce a lot of ideas off of each other, right? I'm only as successful as I am because I have the opportunity to play with some of the smartest minds in Path of Exile. Like in this community here, we literally have some of the best, highest end players that you can ever imagine that literally hang out and they lurk and we bounce ideas off of each other all the time. So instead of me being negative and me being like a doomer, we take the information that's presented to us and we as a community come together and we say, like, how do we re-break this? How do we re-fuck it? What's the best course of action? So a little while ago when you were here and my OBS decided to like Harikari or just jump off a balcony, you saw we had this interaction with this character who was blowing up everything on the screen. And then we took off all of the mechanics that made it work and added something new that nobody was talking about, and it worked just the same, right? So it's like MB said, it's the same shit every league. It's just people want to react instead of thinking. And I've been very fortunate to have this thing where I use my brain sometimes, but like, so I'm bald, but my brain is smooth like my bald head, but sometimes it like has sparks that fire in odd ways. So like sometimes we come up with ideas that work. Also chat, please, by all means, let me know if it starts to literally freeze up again. I will happily restart the both lives.
There was a careful story.
Being bald doesn't mean being bald. Being bold? I'm so confused. Huh?
Probably shouldn't do that here.
What am I looking for? Arsonist have 3 already? Arsonist does. Hellhound has 3. So I guess it's Summon Raging Spirits we had the 3rd socket to. What goes on Arsonist? Beating Frenzy, Scatter Shot, and Immolate. Beating Frenzy, Scatter Shot, Fire and Infusion goes down here now. This becomes Immolate. Okay. Skeletal Warrior gets Brutality and Last Grasp. Elemental Focus and Bullseye. What's on this right now? Execute and Fire Pen. Oh, that's it for now. Where's the sort all button? Valley of the Titans is gonna be a little spooky. I have to make sure to restart my computer before tomorrow. I really don't want any issues coming into tomorrow in the patch.
Titans lived and died here.
53? We're in a 55 zone. It's like 57 going into Act 3. These guys will one-shot us. Dude, it's kind of suck not having Grim Feast anymore, thinking about it. All right, what is this? Medallions we have. Oh, shit. Yeah, I definitely think we could probably skip this. I don't actually think we need to do this quest tomorrow. It doesn't really do anything. Sir, madam, please. Oh, dear God. Nope. Looks good. This seems to be working out swimmingly.
It appears they fought here.
Okay.
Died here.
I really don't want to die. I guess if we die, we're free and we can go play Hero Siege. But if I die, then I can't get the gifted subs and bust Orange's balls. Sir, please, madam. No, no. I don't read their chat. Oh, no, 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 no. I read everything. Nope. I am on top of all of it. Okay. What do you mean braver than you? You just realized hardcore soul is self-bound? What level am I? 53. Where's the chatter that's saying you would die? Well, technically I like fucked off during his timer. And like didn't really do a whole lot. So I kind of, he's gonna be like, XDD, I'm cheating. We'll see. So what's going on with summon raging spirits? You can't summon 5 at a time anymore? Is that like the nerf? It's dropping to 2 per? You can still get up to 10 though, right? So you just have to cast it a couple more times? I mean, that doesn't feel like a nerf. Well, I guess it's technically a nerf, but it's still kind of fine, right? All right, where are we putting this point? I think we're putting this point here. I probably want more life. Hello, Mr. Porter. One second. Okay, so we're doing this, right? We want this whole wheel. The question is what are we taking after this? Do we have this? We have this. Feels bad, man. Feels bad about what? We have this. We have that. We have mind over matter so we don't die. Nice reading? What do you mean? Oh, feels banned, man. What does that mean? Is there no more scaling on minions? Oh, shit. Is he eating his PP Cheerios? What does that mean? Why are you eating pea Cheerios? What I'm using to read chat doesn't let me see what you typed. Oh, I see. He's got a little Thor hammer. Oh. Poor Bob. I like Bob. Bob's a really funny dude. I will say I do have the itch to go play some Hero Siege. It's quite terrible. But I do kind of want to make it to maps. Now I'm like determined, you know? My playtime of this character is gross. It's literally 15 hours. But I guess it's like 15 hours with a lot of dirtling. We're just kind of like putzing all around a little bit here and there.
This was certainly off limits to mortals. How exciting.
You're sleepy? I was sleepy earlier. And then the coffee finally kicked in. Badge? No! You can't badge! Who's gonna entertain me? Sir, please, madam. It's too early for bed. You'll be up at like 3 o'clock in the morning and it's gonna ruin your whole league start. You're gonna be so fucking cooked, man. Can you imagine? Dude, it's gonna be terrible. I have to get up tomorrow at 6 a.m. I got my appointment at 8. And then I'm like, I'll be home by like 9:30. And then it's like, do you nap? Like, do you risk the nap? You probably risk the nap, right? Set an alarm. Always risk the nap. The problem is I gotta like also do a YouTube video for tomorrow. So I'm like kind of wondering if I want to like kill what Spooker was talking about early for tomorrow's YouTube video, or if I want to save that and not risk it getting nerfed. But then if I don't do a video on that, I gotta figure out what I'm doing a video on. And there's a part of me that wants to do like my thoughts on playing Monk again. But then if I like make a video about Monk and I go to log in and I log in Huntress, I gotta listen to like 10 crybabies. Oh, he clicked that. He told me, Mom. And it's gonna be Free Show League all over again, where like I last minute audibled. I wouldn't doubt it gets leaked to others. It's probably already out there. I mean, there are people who know. King Kongor was doing it. King Kongor was doing it for a while. Maybe we do. Maybe we say fuck it and just record. You know? Which filter are you looking for? Are you looking for Path of Exile or are you looking for Hero Siege? Hero Siege is in the Discord. Luna, never play Hero Siege. If you like Path of Exile, Hero Siege will ruin your life. Don't do it. Especially if you like cartoony looking games. Don't do it. It'll ruin you forever. Think this is addicting? Holy. Maybe I'll like my life ruined? Is this why we're best friends now? Fuck. Oh, God. All right, let's see if the Colossal kills us. Fuck. This should be it. Flasker full. Itch the eye. Go in. Please don't kill me. This guy sucks. In serious game rut. POC's brought me to life even if I don't know what I'm doing. That's good. I'm really excited to hear that. Path of Exile in all seriousness is like a really good game, both PoE 1 and PoE 2. So like, you're in a good spot when it comes to like gaming and stuff. Oh shit. No. Oh, I fucking died! I was expecting the sword in the ground. I was expecting the sword in the ground, but I didn't know he did the slash first. Tell them you have to wait. Tell them they have to wait. GG's. Pause the game too much? Look, it's part of the game, man. Characters like 200 times? Oh no. Where's my money now? Who are you again? Rimskins? What about him? You need him back? Well, I guess this game doesn't want to shut off. Feels bad, man. I'm so mad. I called the death. It's all right. I blame you. And by you, I mean the other you. And by the other you and the other you and the other you, I blame the other you. Now you get to use the rimskins? I was thinking about re-leveling with you. Uh, Time to play D4? I love D4. D4 is sweet. I don't care what anybody says. That shit's fun as fuck. SSF's gonna make you buy the 8 tab. Damn, I can't believe I died. I'm so sad. That character was sweet too. I don't remember what Destroyer's End is, but it's sold. These things are insane. Why am I not crit capped anymore? Why do these crit cap me? Oh, I'm not crit capped like this. The shortest was one of the ball strings. Oh, it's Gulags or whatever the fuck his name is. DBS check with and without them. $15? Scam. I have the wrong chest plate on, but it's 4-2, like 4-2-4-5 with the chest plate that I have on. Because I have Sheep Kings on, because I forgot to change to this, so we're not going to change for the test, right? We're just going to wait. Now we wait for cooldowns? Chat, for the people who are bitching in my DM that I swapped games, there's going to be only Path of Exile starting tomorrow. Literally, you will be fine. I promise. Dude, rim skins are like a billion DPS more. Do you see this? All right, I don't know what to do now. Do I just like log out until tomorrow? Is this what we do now? Do we just go to bed? Hope the day goes by quick? Is that the plan? I'm just gonna nap right here. Have you tried doing any Garrus farming, Mr. Sir Napsalot? You want your Bifrost keys. Are you literally not going to use them? If you're not going to use them, I absolutely want them. I spent a large number of my monies on a buddy of mine last night to help him get his Necker up and running. Garrus felt bad. Ugh. Gross. Yeah, if you're not going to use the Bifrost keys. I'm going to play this for like 2-3 hours. And then Fuck, dude, I gotta get snacks. Chat, we have snacks for tomorrow? What are we thinking about for snacks for tomorrow? Get a catheter? No! Why would I do that? That's gross. Kind of got me fucked up now. Now I'm thinking about buying Bifrost keys. You had to get one time and somehow you barely felt it. I don't know if I won't. Come to my lobby. Yes, sir. Signet of the Harbinger. Wait. Hold on. I'm feeling lucky, bro. Hold on. Wait. Let me kill Anubis first. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. One second. Let me in. I haven't done them. We could try it. I could buy the fight and give it a try. Let me go get these Bifrost keys first. Let me carry? Carry who? Whoever needs it? Does anybody need it? You're like 6 scrolls short of a second key. He's literally doing free carries where you don't need a second key right now. We'll probably only do one person at a time. Thank you, sir. Oh. Got any battle fragments? Pending trade. Oh, I sent the trade request. This is Adventurer's Quiver. Adventurer's Quiver. All right, let me get out of here so you can do it. I'm out of belly buttons. I'm out of death signets. Gross. Whoa! Why are these expensive? Why is the Ankh so much more expensive? What the fuck? What happened? How did it go up? Is it because the fight's easier? You do... What? I don't know what you just said. What is BP? Blood Pact? Oh, I have no idea. Maybe, maybe not. Depends on when the next league is. It depends on how Path of Exile is going. Depends on if I was like, you know, whisked off into the sunset. There's so many things that can happen between now and then. You gotta hit the button to search for the game and then hit refresh when you type in the game. That's the Tomb of Almond Ra. All right, chat. Let's go die. How do you get fast like that? More attack speed. It's more attack speed. I also just realized that I queued this up in Inferno. Oh no, dude. Oh no. Well, I guess we're attempting Inferno Amon Ra. Minus 44 million gold. I'd be pretty shocked if I couldn't do it, honestly. My gear good. So far, so good. We're waiting for cooldowns. Yeah, we're just gonna wait 1 second because I don't want to deal with this voltage wall bullshit. Get a feral? I got a lot of stuff. I've been pretty busy. I have a +10 helmet. I got a corrupted thing. I got fucking 3/3 crush fleets. I got the Azazels and the Rockhools. Hold on a second, chat. Trying to get your ass of how expensive endgame gear is. Very. It gets more expensive every day is the problem. It all started out pretty cheap, and then it just got crazier and crazier and more expensive and more expensive and more expensive and more expensive. How did you get that fast? I saw your video. You started like a week ago. What did you farm? I did 3-3 until I got into Inferno, and I just beeline into Inferno, and then Inferno was free money. You literally just... Inferno is just like a money printing machine. Like, not being an Inferno is like the worst. I stood on the fire and died. I don't have the DPS for this. I probably need the other boots to be able to do it. And then I made a ton of money Garrus farming. So when I got into Inferno, I like got a Garrus and started doing Garrus farming. And then I did boss farming. You only have 8 billion DPS? I mean, you have more DPS than me. What do you mean? You have like double my damage. What? 8 million? You have the candy shredder yet? Did you do the candy shredder swap yet? Or are you following like Graxy stuff still? Whose guide are you following? You're following Graxy's? Yeah. Graxy's guide is really good to get to 100. And then post 100, it falls off really hard. Like, I went to the Samurai Discord and all the Samurais were using Candy Shredder and they were using Defender's Justice. It's unlucky they didn't get a huge nerf. He still shows SS items. It just takes a couple more runs to see them than every run. It's not the end of the world of a nerf. It's still fine. I would go over to the Discord and go check out what the guys in the Discord are doing in the Samurai section, and then I'm in Hell 5. Yes. Stop doing that. And go to the Discord. Are you playing Samurai too? It's just unlucky. Yeah, it's fine. You're playing Jotun? I hear Jotun's really, really weak now, but I haven't had the opportunity to play it. I have a couple friends that are playing it, and they really like it a lot. Very glass cannony. How's your single target with it? It's really squishy. Oh, I wanted to go do Bifrost. Well, first we're gonna kill Anubis. Then we go Bifrost. I forgot we had keys. I kind of want to like log back into my Necro on this game and give it another like fair shot and see if maybe I like did something wrong. Dang, no ring. Shiponia. Trying out Play Doctor now? I should do that. I'm just gonna YOLO reroll Play Doctor. slaps later from what I've seen. I have also been told that it slaps later. It's supposed to be like the class, right? Where's my Steve's necklace? Is that the boss? Didn't drop shit. Unbelievable. What the hell sold? I want my Arcanist to sell. Ooh, an Uber boss. Wow! Oh, I should have went to the Angelic Realm. No, where's my torch? Sir! Got scammed. Another Uber boss. Okay, back to my Uber bosses. I'm sorry. You're fine. This was good. Do it again. Do it a third time, though. 4.5 million each are the cheapest Bifrost keys? That's fucking crazy. That's what you got for one yesterday? That's insane. Once I understood this fight, it was so much easier. Holy. Oh, I got a soul and a girdle, baby! Log in! Don't suck. 1442, 2-3 cold. Ugh. Challenge dungeon in Asgard. Gross. Well, we'll give it a couple more keys. If we don't get Vanaheim, we'll like mess around with a new character. So is it only blood packs, chat, that have the increased drops? Can you not get the increased drops in SSF? Like the increased chance for relics and stuff? Is that why people play on blood packs and that's why, like, it's worth doing? Your job is slowing you down? Isn't Path of Exile gonna slow you down? Not tomorrow? Maybe I just know I'm logging in Huntress and trying. All that's gonna matter, man. The best you can ask for. You're gonna be in the same boat as everybody else. It's gonna be like playing a whole new fucking game tomorrow, man. Odyssey and SSF? Odyssey's off league, right? That's like the Eternal Realm. I should do the Chaos Tower. There's a lot of people who are really excited, myself included, that we don't have that information tomorrow. And there's a lot of people who are like really upset that we don't have that information for until tomorrow. I don't know. I think it's fine. Just makes it for like a better learning experience come tomorrow. Odyssey is the SSF? Okay. I thought they were two separate things. Doing an Amon Ra carry is crazy? That is crazy. I've now gotten all 3 Uber losses. I want to learn how stuff does, not go wild. You and me both, man. That's how I feel too. Oh, he's just gonna bear rune. Oh, we're gonna die? We're gonna die? We're gonna die? What the fuck? We died? We got shotgunned by the balls? The balls to the mouth? The balls to the mouth? Nobody look, nobody look. I was on the wrong weapon set for bosses. I was on the wrong weapon set. We fucked up. That's on me. That's on me. I was gonna say I was on the wrong setup. I run a lot of Uber Damien because it's easy and cheap to run, and that was like the first time I've ever died to it, and I was really confused, and now I know why. We live and we learn. I swapped to the Candy Shredder because it's just so much faster to do things, you know? I was spoiled by the attack speed. It's alright, we killed the bosses that matter. An arcane Sobek? Isn't that like crazy expensive? That's the expensive one, right? Both of these options suck. I'm still gonna run this place even though it sucks because it has a high chance for runes, and like I feel like if you're gonna hit angelic runes anywhere, it's gonna be in here. Are there blight maps here? There aren't. My hardcore character died. I'm sad. The only thing I had left to do in Path of Exile was make it to hardcore maps, and I died. Could get better. I've got a really cool video idea for tomorrow, though. We tested some stuff, and it was insane. What are you farming right now? I'm just opening up Bifrost keys. Hell yeah. Yeah, we're going to get something preemptively nerfed. $89 million, that's crazy. Yeah, my plan, Cymex, is to stream a little bit longer, call it a pseudo early night to work on the video and get it all set up for tomorrow. And then I have to be up tomorrow at 6 to get ready for an appointment. I have to be there for 8. I'll be home by like 9:30. I'm gonna do the video today and get it done today so that I can fucking possibly nap tomorrow morning after my appointment to literally figure out how I'm gonna fucking blast a release tomorrow. I don't know. You got blaster snacks? No, I didn't get anything. That's a good idea. Shit, what do I get? I'm thinking pretzels. Do that tomorrow too, when I'm on my way home. I gotta get a pizza for tomorrow or something. Jerky? Beef jerky? He said meth, sir, please. Oh no. Peanut butter filled pretzels? I like pretzel M&Ms. They're my favorite. Prowler knows. Whoa. Wait, these look insane. Shadow occultist wraps. Shadow occultist wraps. Don't go too carb heavy. Yeah, you're not wrong. God, I miss, dude, you know, like some days I miss that shit, man. How many plus fives? They are. They're 5 million gold. Here's what up, man. What up, bro? I'm just deleting money. Look, I've got 2 souls of corruption, a soul of despair, a belt, and I gave away a bunch of money yesterday to a homie who just started playing this game so that he can get gear. We're cooking, man. Emmy dropped fucking rim skins. He gave me the rim skins because he quit. He told me? Yeah. Where the hell is the boss in here? Is it only the boss in here that can drop the good stuff, or can anything in here? Dude, I just died to Inferno Amun-Ra. I didn't have the DPS for the second ad phase. I can kill Luna by myself now. I understand that fight. I bought one of these. Dick around with. Oh, that's what I did wrong. That explains a lot. I'm thinking about playing another character for a little bit now. I'm also thinking about, I gotta record a YouTube video for tomorrow. So I'm thinking about gonna go record a YouTube video for tomorrow and relax. You ready, bro? Less than 24 hours. Whoa. You know if you're ready? I am so ready. I can't wait. I'm logging in, clicking buttons, and hope. Your sleep times are shit? Just go to bed now. Just go take a little nap. Go take some sleeps. You just woke up? Sir! What do you mean? Cheese cubes? I've never done cheese cubes before. Tomorrow, I think I'm gonna sleep with no hurry and just do 36 hours of gameplay. Sleep is important. You should definitely sleep. I wouldn't stay up for 36 hours. You're not racing anybody. If I can help in any way, though, let me know. Hopefully the tornado alarms allow me to sleep tonight. Last night was rough. Oh, they were talking about that earlier. There was a couple of people talking about that earlier. That, like, Nashville was, like, super rough. You ever miss Jersey, Fryler? You don't even have this type of shit out here? Every day. I was talking about that earlier too. I love where I live now. It's beautiful. It's nice. The cost of living is nice. But it doesn't hit home. And you know, we trying to go back home is impossible. Jersey sucks. I miss the days of driving down 17, going to 46, hitting up the Houlihan's. Wait, that's big. You're still renting your house? Oh, lucky you. That's big. I really like the music in this zone a lot. Mine is the roof replacement last year. Oh, Jesus. That reminds me, I gotta go to the HOA lady today and go tell her about my fence. We had a storm here a few weeks ago and it fucked up my fence. You had a storm here today? Uh-oh. Tropical storms like sleep good. Do I have enough keys? I'm at angel keys to upgrade this. This nature problem part. I'm down to my last 8 keys. I'm gonna do the Mystic Chaos. Still no Vanaheim. Bifrost keys are a scam. I kind of want to go try unlocking the wormhole and try a wormhole. Man, I'm 3 times in 12 keys. Crazy. You can do codexes on in Hell 5. Fuck's a wormhole? It's the ladder board. Leaderboard? Ladder board? Leaderboard? I don't know how to get the quest though. WH's wormhole. Hero Siege? I don't think so. I had no idea what it was. Do you remember where you got the quest from? In what difficulty to unlock it? Because when I talk to him in Hell 5 and Inferno, he doesn't tell me anything. I tried going back to normal and he told me he didn't tell me anything. No, he's just there. Sorry. It's all good, Tony. I guess I'm just gonna have to look up the quest line and see how to do it. Oh, I got it. Sick. Finally. Still samurai? Yes, sir. How to unlock wormhole heroes. Arcanum Asphyxiator, 69,000 mobs. Not like a Stormweaver. What are wormholes? When entering a wormhole, you have limited time. During this time, you defeat as many monsters, blah, 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 blah. 4 players get different wormholes. Accessing your bag, completing a wormhole. It doesn't fucking tell me how to do it. See, dipshit doesn't have a quest here. He's just come back later. See, he doesn't have it there either. It's Hell 5. Ah! Thanks, chat. Fuck is a Cora? How do I know? Oh, wormhole level 6. It's like Sims, except you don't get anything other than like cosmetic shit. It dropped shit at the end? I didn't know there was loot in these things. Definitely more like greater rifts than simulacrums for sure. Do angelics have a better chance of dropping in here than anywhere else by some miracle? Got a crit chance charm? That's insane. No, is Luna the best place to get angelics? You drop an angelic here and eat my keyboard? Better get ready to get eating! I got the same one again. With an angelic drop buff. I might have sold the rim skins. Well, let me get to 100 and then you just have them back. Can I boost people up in wormholes? Like, could he just join me and be like high up in the wormhole? Or does he have to do his solo? Different ranks for duos and triples. You would love to join the wormhole? Where are you even in this game, Tony? separate ranks for solo and duo, but do you have to start at like wormhole level 1? You're farming Hellfire with your samurai? Nice. They just spend $40 on a best in slot everything. I have to believe that. There was so funny enough, there was a Reddit thread about that where this dude was bitching about how many people RMT in this game, and everybody was like, dude, shut up. No one gives a fuck. And he was like, it's unfair, it's unfun, items are worthless. And they were like, dude, who cares? And I was kind of like, I wanted to like chime in on it too and be like, dude, just shut the fuck up. You have a Vanaheim? I also just got a Vanaheim. I have to kill 69,000 mobs for mine. If you're opening up to chat though, let me know and I'll tell chat, and chat can figure out if they can join you. You're not sure what you need to buy to increase your damage. You gotta get crit capped. And then you need more critical strike chance. I mean critical strike damage. And then you gotta cap your deadly blow. Sadly, there's no POB. Problem is you don't know what your password is, so nobody can join. Unlucky. Your crit damage is very low. Are you capped dead? What is it called? Deadly blow or whatever it is? $98. That's not bad. Yeah, it's just gonna be more and more refining your gear now. What body armor are you using? Are you using Cocoon or are you using a different body armor? A Butcher with +3 Fizz? You need a better body armor. You're saving for Girdle. Oh, you have the Cocoon. Okay. Is your Candy Shredder a 5-socket? You can cross some wires there? I was just reading everything, dude. Just reading everything, bro. The Vagabond belt's really good. You have Crush Fleet, and Legionnaire yet? My brain is fucking toast. I'm tired. I'm hungry. I gotta record. Should I sell everything I have for exalted orbs? You mean divines? You should have if you're playing on standard, you want divines. You're never gonna have enough money for the standard reset. You're always better off playing on the economy, on the new economy. When I was just on standard, divines are 450 each for per exalts. My weapon is a ferrule. Well, I also use a candy shredder, but I have ferrule too. I'm tired. Oh, I read chat. One sec. So our gear switch over? I have Hoa, so I shall and get rid of them to bring them with me? No, Hoa's getting nerfed, dude. All of that gear that you have now, the pre-nerfed versions, don't change. Everything's getting nerfed. So like if you have Ingenuity, Hoa, all that shit, you just keep all that shit. Because you're going to want to play with legacy stuff, right? You're not going to want to play with the new shit. The new shit's all nerfed. So you don't sell any of it. So what happens with the economy reset is you have the opportunity to play on a new league with a fresh economy, right? That means you don't get to bring anything with you. Everybody starts at level 1. There's no gear, no nothing transfers over. What happens with your character is your current character stays behind in a league called Standard, and you can choose to continue playing your character in Standard. Usually, the new shit wouldn't be in Standard. You'd have to play in the new ladder or league, but this is the one time that they're allowing everybody to play with the reset stuff in Standard, and it won't always be like this. So if you sell your stuff and you don't want to re-roll or re-level or any of that shit, you're in a really bad spot, because like your Hand of Wisdom and Actions like getting nerfed by more than half. If that's confusing or you're confused, by all means, please let me know. But yeah, don't sell any of your legacy shit. Like legacy ingenuities right now are like multi-mirrors. And they're only going to go up. Not actually? What do you mean? There's a billion of them? For now. There's a billion of them for now. That won't always be the case. No shot you can sell yours for a mirror right now. 81 pluses are going for like a lot. I was told to keep everything and I was like, that doesn't make sense. Hey, don't get rid of anything. Because it like getting like just keep it. Just keep it, and like you just have to make a decision on if you want to start over with everybody or not. Right? Because the economy right now is roughly 450 exalts to a divine. The economy tomorrow on the new reset won't be anywhere near that bad for like the first like 2 or 3 weeks. Yeah, never touch your legacy items with a divine or anything. Still alive for a little bit longer. I'm gonna go record a video. You're getting a fever? No, Dean's by his mom's. I am gonna get off soon so I can record a video and go eat and relax. What are you gonna play tomorrow? Probably Huntress. Did you watch the Ziggy D stuff? I didn't know part 2 came out. This morning part 2 wasn't out yet. I think Amazon's the only pick. Well, Monk might be really good as an Amazon. Yeah, he played as a Monkazon. Because it's garbage? It's not. It's not though. Stat stackers are gonna be fine. It's 20 times less damage. Okay, hold on. Wait, math. High-end stat stackers were doing 1,000,000 damage. If it's 20 times less or 20% less, it's still 800,000 damage. Even if it was a 70% nerf, or people are saying it's an 80% nerf, right? It's still 200,000 damage. It's actually half damage. Both items got cut in half. Bro, that's what I said. But fucking Fubgun over here going, it's cut by 82% or some fucking absurd number. So everybody and their mother thinks it's like giga dead, which fuck them. Let them think it's dead. Let the gear be cheap, baby. But I want 1,000,000 damage? To do what? You don't need it. You can't one-shot something harder if you're already one-shotting it. You just saw Fubgun cry about it. There's a lot of people who are upset. It's more than 50%. It's a big nerf, but I don't think it's dead like as everybody says. It'll just take more and different kinds of investments to get it back to where it was. How will the online market work with 2 different leagues? Well, they don't interact at all ever. So like the standard market has no effect on the new economy market, right? Like they're separate instances. People who play on standard interact and do what they do on standard, and vice versa. The only time that the markets affect each other is closer towards the end of the league, when items are going to migrate into standard and people want those items into standard. So items usually tend to match standard pricers towards the end of the league. People so loud about the nerfs? Yeah, everybody and their mother's freaking out for no reason. It'll be fine. Everybody's literally panicking for actual no reason. Everything got nerfed. Everything's slower. It'll be fine though. We've seen nerfs like this before in the past and everything was still fine. I don't want a slower game. That's why you're playing Hero Siege. And don't show everything. That part I don't like. Spend 30 hours on a garbage thing? Uh-oh. You can't tell me to not be upset about nerfs and just play a different game? But I did, though. What do you mean? If you're upset about the nerfs and they make you that sad, just play a different game. It's not that big of a deal. If you're that upset, play a different game. People forget there's 100 support gems, 25 skills, and more coming that we don't even know. Exactly. Like, it's going to be fine. You're saying it's going to be fine? Because it's going to be fine. Everything was fine in Expedition. Everything was fine in Kalandra League. Like, the world didn't end. Everything was fine. Part 2 of the Huntress skills just got uploaded. Yeah, I'm going to watch it in a little bit. Ah, don't break his balls. He's fine. People are just very passionate about Path of Exile, man. That's all. I think if the update ends up being shit, we just, you know, you do what you did the first time. You just log out, right? Like, it's not that bad. It's not that big of a deal. I want to enjoy the game. I would also like to enjoy the game, but sometimes, unfortunately, things don't vibe with us. It sucks. It's unfortunate. But I mean, like, what do we do about it, you know? Just blast? Yeah, you make a decision. We tell them to fuck off with their nerfs and stop playing. Exactly. You just stop playing. Correct. That is 100% the thing to do. Because that, like, numbers are everything, right? Like, you know, you have to, like, take a stance. If it ends up being shit tomorrow or it ends up being shit in a week and it doesn't feel good and everything's bad and people log out, the problem is nobody logged out in early access, right? I mean, that's the best thing that you can do is you can give it a fair shot and play it, right? But like, if you don't like it, you don't like it. I'm not going to be mad at you for not playing it, you know? The only time that I get upset at people is when they don't like have logical thoughts and they just like speak out of anger. But, you know, we're going to see now, right? Like, a lot of people made the argument that, like, what happens on reset? What happens when it gets updated? What happens when things get nerfed? Do players come back? Do players stay logged in? Like, these are all things that we're going to find out over the next 2 weeks, right? Maybe 3 weeks. Will players log in? Will players stay logged in? And you know what? If players don't stay logged in, it's pretty telling, right? I'll try, level a character, have a bad time. Troll will tell me not be a bitch. I'll try more and eventually quit. Everything should feel the same at the end of week 1. I agree. I think by the end of week 1, week 2, everything's going to be back to one-shotting and blasting everything. People just have to give it a chance to get there and figure it out. Oh, I died. Holy fuck. You only have to learn once to pull out. Some people never learn. Oh, Jesus. Uh-oh. I'm in raw time. Anubis? What are you talking about? Oh, on your Lancer? I literally can't see fuck all. Doesn't matter because Ellie's around the corner. I wouldn't be too surprised if we weren't in for a shock to the system there too, because they had a lot of dumb busted shit that I heard got nerfed. And they're all like, you're gonna get a ton of nerfs in Last Epoch too. The only saving grace to the Last Epoch patch is gonna be like the new systems and stuff, right? And they're just like gonna mask the nerfs. Go on top of the walls, you can dodge the waves. Well, this is number 100. This is all I need to kill, right? I just need to kill number 100 and I'll be fine. I stood on top of her, I died. The waves, sir? Do I have to jump over them? Do better? Or not? He told me to stand on top of them. You stand behind her? That's what I did! And I still got hit by the waves. She didn't even do them that time. So that's it, right? That's all we have to do? We're done, right? Let's go back to the PoE2 directory. Watch this ZED video and then go have dinner.
G'day folks, ZD here. Welcome back to part 2 of my hands-on look at the Huntress and Spear skills. If you missed part 1, it's linked in the description, so check it out first. Let's talk about the Amazon Ascendency before we jump back into the skills. Let's take a look at some of the features here that I had a chance to have hands-on with this particular class. I took the Elemental Infusion node in Act 2 and the Critical Strikes one in Act 3, both of which are going to be very popular choices, I think, and I'll share my experiences with them both. So the Elemental Infusion grants you the skill Infuse Weapon, which causes you to gain 2 stacks of an infusion whenever you consume charges. Power charges give cold infusions, endurance, fire infusions, and frenzy lightning infusions. Whenever you make a projectile attack, an infusion stack is used to add an extra moderately sized explosion when the projectile lands at its final
Pause, you have to
destination.
pee?
For my throw and spear skills, this was pretty consistently where they stuck into the ground. You'll want to keep this particular aspect in mind, that infusion's explosion isn't on a hit. If you pierce and so on, it's going to be where the projectile ends up. So if you're using it with a bow or something,
You know when the update goes live? 3 o'clock tomorrow, Eastern. See Ralakash? I did.
then you might find yourself shooting into walls if you have full piercing, so you'll need to consider whether it's a good choice for your skills or not. They deal attack damage scaling off your weapon with some pretty good base damage numbers, previews showing over 600% at level 20, and since it's a character skill, it just levels and gains sockets with your character level, which is always super convenient for something like this, especially for League starting. I was using a mixture of Parry and Disengage, Sniper's Mark for single target, and Combat Frenzy to produce frenzy charges, and I was consuming them with Explosive Spear and Stormlance primarily. That ended up being the build that I settled into. Towards the end of my run, this kept a pretty steady stream of lightning infusions coming my way. It felt quite good, but earlier on in the run when I first got Infused Weapon, I didn't link any sports to it, and I wasn't really generating that many charges so frequently, so at the time, I kind of thought it was unimpactful and bad. It was just like a small extra pop on an already very explosive and flashy spear skill that I was using, so it was kind of hard to actually notice it doing anything. But later on I started using supports with it, and that obviously made a big difference. And the more frequent frenzy charges did mean that I had an almost constant supply of infusion, and then I started to notice it was doing a lot more. You can get a clearer look at what it looks like here in this testing that I'm doing with the basic spear throw skill. It's pretty solid at level 50-ish around here, with just like 3 somewhat random supports that I chucked onto it. It's a little bit bass guitar-ish, I think. It's going to be kind of happening in the background behind all of your other skill effects, but it's going to be that sort of thing that you probably only notice if you uninspect the node and stopped using it. So because you get 2 infusions per frenzy charge, and because they stack, you can feasibly get infusions pretty constantly during gameplay. This means the node infused avatar behind it is something you can take or leave depending on how your setup consumes and generates infusion to try and get yourself full uptime, which is probably going to be the goal for most builds. Possibly not every build will actually need this second notable, which is great. I feel like a lot of the time these are either mandatory or terrible, but this actually feels like it might be optional here depending on your setup. In the end, I was using the bullseye support for extra accuracy since it's an attack, so that works, and that was converted to a decent amount of crit chance with the critical strike ascendancy we'll talk about in a moment.
Oh, that's fucking
giving me around
smart.
50% chance with no real crit scaling at this level, and this also worked well with like long shot support to lower the accuracy penalty at longer ranges and give more damage to the infusion explosions. I was also using Innovate here for a chance to give me the global lightning damage while clearing, which was up pretty often in dense areas, thanks to using exclusively frenzy charges and therefore lightning infusions. But these were basically just supports that I had lying around that weren't like good enough for my main skills. I had better supports on those already, and those were full up. So that just kind of ended up here. But even just with those random,
yeah, but what did you put on your other
collections,
stuff?
that worked quite well. But there are likely way better options that you can explore. Overall, I really like infusion, and it'll be a solid clear speed boost and potentially even single target enhancement if you're getting frenzy or pre-stacking the infusions before bosses. So the critical strike notable is certainly standing out to people as a core Amazon passive, and I'm here to say, yep, I think it's going to be a fundamental part of why you picked the Ascendency. Thanks for attending my TED Talk. Normally accuracy caps out at 100%, and anything over that doesn't just do anything, so it's kind of wasted. This notable, however, converts any accuracy over that 100% to critical strike chance. It's worded like it's base crit. The devs suggested it's base crit, and to me, it looks like base crit. It quacks like a duck. When I took the node, I went from about 6% on my skills to 16 to 32% extra crit chance from that hit chance. It's got its own special line there. Now remember that accuracy scales with the distance between you and the target, and you can actually see that now with the below 2 meters, which is the max, I believe. It's estimated at 132% hit chance, and
That's
then beyond
wild.
that, at 9 meters, it's 116%. So you can see exactly where that range comes from, that 16 to 32 figure. Interestingly, it seems to be separate lines to the base crit chance. I thought it would just kind of be added on top. So it looks like the 6% base is probably still there doing its own thing, and then then this is like added on afterwards, after it's calculated on hitting the monster. And that kind of makes sense because it needs to take into account the monster's evasion and distance from you. I kind of figured with how much crit you're getting here and the fact that it's a separate line that it would be unscalable, but looking at my crit chance later on the infusion screen, you can see the range of my crit chance is 42 to 56%, which is much higher than the 130 to...
He's in the campaign. This is in the campaign, right? Like, he's not in maps right now, right? This is in the campaign, right? Right? I'm not crazy here. We're talking about
140% accuracy that I have, so there's obviously some kind of scaling going on there. That's what it's suggesting, at least. Don't take it as full confirmation, just hypothetical, but the evidence looks to be there. We'll need some more testing in dev comments just to know for sure how all of this crit stuff scales together. But either way, I think this is insanely good. Giving you accuracy as an axis for scaling, crit is big for gearing and passives. All of a sudden, those wasted extra accuracy rings and things like that are actually
in the campaign. That's fucking crazy. You can see the weapon set 10 points. That's insane.
Doing something. There's a lot of places to get that as well, and there's a lot of good nodes that you might have not really looked at before because you didn't need any more accuracy, but now they're like really good crit nodes. And that lets you free up a lot of space to invest in crit damage, of course, as well. And since nodes like Falcon Dive exists, you can scale attack speed at the same time too. And there's potentially room for dex stacking since that gives accuracy, especially if something like Hand of Wisdom in action is still any good. And don't forget about Falcon Technique too, which scales dexterity, so they're kind of scaling the same thing.
That's also nerf.
And overall, this was actually impactful right from the get-go when I took it as a leveling node. Usually crit chance is...
So he's playing this without it being nerfed yet. So like he doesn't know these are nerfed yet when he recorded this.
While leveling for it to be impactful, but you get such a substantial amount here that I actually felt it while leveling, which is my like benchmark for a good, fun, notable. I want to feel it while leveling when I take it, and that is definitely the case here in the campaign. I won't comment on the rest of the Ascendency because I didn't explicitly test them, but these are the ones I had hands on, and both infusion and accuracy crit are looking really solid to me.
You originally had a section here about primal strikes, but the skill was redesigned.
Next up, Blood Hunt is a pretty wicked melee attack that lunges you at a target.
Dude, that's so wild that he got to play it, and then from when he played it to now, it's been changed.
It interacts with the blood loss mechanic I covered in the last video for Herald of Blood. So if the target has suffered blood loss, it's consumed, and 25% of that total bleed damage is dealt as a non-scalable physical damage explosion. The area of effect of the explosion also scales up to 100% larger, depending on the amount of blood loss that they've suffered. This is a pretty great payoff skill, I think, here, and kind of a big deal for bleed builds to have something like this. It's a way to effectively trigger the bleed again for an instant damage spike, and the fact that they've built it around this blood loss mechanic instead of like triggering an existing bleed to speed it up or something, which is usually how these sorts of things are done. This is, I think, way better. It's the sum total of bleeds that you've done to the target up to that point that as this like separate blood loss mechanic is so good. It'll be a great skill to have on your bleed build when like an enemy or pack needs to die like right now. I need to get rid of them because you can pop it and not have to wait for that dot, which is obviously often a weakness of damage over time builds, that they can be in danger while they wait for something to die. You can speed things along. And of course, it's obviously really important for helping single target in bleed setups.
Oh, that's
too.
a lot.
I did
That was a
start
lot.
a bleed focused second run, but I didn't have enough time to get to a high level on that. I only got a brief look at it. I didn't get to test it in a real scenario, but it looks very good. The mechanics, the numbers, everything about it looks very appealing to me. And I think it's just exactly the sort of thing that bleed builds want. It's almost a way to trigger Herald of Blood style effect earlier without needing to kill them, and it also works on bosses, which Herald of Blood obviously doesn't really. So as this is a payoff for bleed and doesn't need to actually cause bleeds itself, you can use the bloodlust support to scale its damage nicely. The new blood in the eyes support as well should be pretty interesting.
Hobble equals to 15. What is hobble? Support skills that hit enemies, causing those hits to hobble bleeding. Enemies based on a portion of physical damage dealt. Hobble equals to 50% of physical hit damage dealt by supported skills against bleeding. What the fuck?
Option here on Amazons, because hobble as a mechanic lowers evasion.
Hobble lowers their target's evasion by a specific amount. It brings the target's evasion to 0. They are fully hobbled for 12 seconds. Hobble from players lowers evasion by 3 times as much against normal and 2 times as much against... Interesting.
Effectively allowing you to scale your crit chance further. If the enemy's evasion is lower, your effective hit chance is higher, and thus your crit is higher with that node. So that'd be pretty nice for boosting your damage for your next bleed, and then the next blood hunt after it. And don't forget the new rip and tear supports as well, which seem like a good pairing with this. If you're
Support skills. Support melee skills you use yourself. Killing blows with supported skills on a bleeding enemy create a blood remnant. Blood remnant increase your life regeneration rate. Remnants created by those last 8 seconds. 10%, which is whatever. And then tear says support melee attacks you use yourself. On kill effects caused by killing blows with supported skills on bleeding enemies have a chance to occur twice. 50% chance for on kill effects caused by bleeding blows on bleeding enemies to trigger twice.
using it primarily
This
for
seems
clearing
really
at
strong.
least, give you some big life recovery scaling. Now, just a quick note that Glacial Lance wasn't working in the build that I played. It's an Ice Thrown Spear skill, but it's got the wrong icon and it wasn't really playable, so we'll have to wait and see on that one. I can't give you any look at that one. The only other ice skill is Fangs of Frost, and having that freeze is really useful for combat frenzies, for generating frenzy charges, so having a ranged option to do that could be really good, but we'll have to wait and see what the skill does. I know nothing about it. Sniper's Mark obviously isn't a new skill, but it's the other option on gem level 7 skills here, and it's quite relevant as a way to generate frenzy charges on bosses on demand without needing to parry. So that's pretty helpful for
You're
your
gonna
damage
need
output.
Sniper's Mark
You
in
drop
your
a mark on
playthrough?
them, causing the next crit you deal to get some extra decent bonus damage to critical hit damage, which is either good or not that important depending on the skill you're doing. If you just hit them with a small hit and consume that, you're not really going to get much damage in the end. But more importantly really is the fact that the mark is consumed when you crit the target to give you a frenzy charge, so that you can do your empowered spear throw and generate infusions and all of that good stuff. The perfusion support gives you a chance at an extra charge too, so it's obviously a good pairing here. And Sniper's Mark, like all marks, is pretty mana hungry, so you will have to restrain yourself from spamming it too much, which is really what this skill wants you to do. I used Inspiration to help a little bit, lower those mana costs. With the Frenetic passive from the skill tree and the perfusion support, I was able to get pretty consistent frenzy charges in boss fights with this, with just recasting Sniper's Mark every so often between volleys of thrown spears. It's not really something you have to do, but it is a pretty nice boost to your damage to weave in there. On to gem level 9, the first skill we're taking a look at here is Thunderous Leap, a very satisfying movement skill akin to Leap Slam. It doesn't seem to be quite as fast as Leap Slam, and I couldn't really animation cancel the landing like you can with it to speed it up, but still overall combined with Dodge Roll and Disengage, this skill gives you a ton of mobility, and of course, the most important feature, the ability to jump over gaps and ledges.
Oh,
Apart
that's
from
sick.
lightning conversion, this skill does one other important thing. It's a detonator. So you can use it to jump on your Storm Lancers, Explosive Spears, and the Rapid Assault Stuck Spears to explode them. And that is super satisfying. Because it's a slam too, you can use Fist of War for 20% more damage in AoE, which makes it even more satisfying to leap in and blow up a bunch of spears. Really, it's just such a nice thing that they threw into this archetype to be able to, you know, you've thrown those ranged spears, they're just sitting there, instead of waiting for them to explode, you jump in and do melee damage, and that explodes them, and that feels very epic. I think every spear build will use this either for mobility, for blowing up thrown spears, even bleed builds as a way to detonate those stuck spearheads, and there's just so much utility for skills like this too.
Tornadoes
like
are gonna be
Shocking
busted?
Leap
I
for
think
shock
so.
ground, Jagged Ground to slow enemies, or Holy Descent for consecrated ground to heal you. I personally will never not use this skill on a spear build. So Bloodhound's Mark is a new mark skill for, you guessed it, bleed builds. Pretty obvious. This one's pretty different. It causes the marked target to gain heavy stun build-up from blood loss. I don't think we've ever seen a damage over time contributes to stun build-up effect
That's
like this
cool.
before, and that's pretty cool for bossing. Or
He
for
just
dealing with
marks it and
nasty
it
rares.
bleeds?
The second part of the skill is that when the marked target dies or gets heavy stunned, there's a bleed explosion, much like Herald of Blood or Blood Hunt, with a little bit of a twist. The explosion deals its own base physical damage as an attack in an area, and it doesn't scale with your weapon. It gains up to 100% more area and damage based on specifically how much heavy stun has been caused by blood loss specifically. So the more you're focused on bleeds, the chunkier it's going to be. Fortunately, Bloodhound's Mark doesn't compete with Blood Hunt and Herald of Blood though, in that it doesn't consume the blood loss. That's really key here. Only the mark itself is consumed, and the damage from Bloodhound's Mark is its own independent thing. That means it can stack with those other effects. The explosion seems like, to me, a bit of a bonus aspect of it. You can scale it with supports and things like that, but I think the real allure of this gem is enabling stun on a build that's primarily focused on damage over time, something that you wouldn't normally get. And getting a heavy stun is, of course, how you can make use of the rupture support to aggravate bleeds, which is essential for bleed DPS. After all, a heavy stun target is sitting still and not moving around, so they're not taking that bonus damage, so you'd kind of be like doing yourself a disservice there, but thankfully that support exists. I think Rupture would be amazing on Bloodhound Marks itself, since it will hit the heavy stun.
I love how
enemy
he
with
has to put the little disclaimer
so
that it's not
should
real
work.
damage,
We need to make
just the
it just double
demonstration.
sure with a bit of testing, but that seems like it would work. The final new level 9 gem here is Tame Beast. A pretty significant one for a lot of different builds potentially here. This technically isn't a spear skill, just kind of themed to the Huntress, but anyone can use it. It has some awesome
probably more than
utility
likely playing
potential
Huntress.
as it lets you choose a rare beast type monster and basically put it in a Pokeball. The gem you cut itself is actually Tame Beast, which gives you a skill to hinder a beast. Then if you kill that hindered beast, the gem is converted into a companion gem with that beast permanently locked inside it. These stored beasts can be stashed and swapped around whenever you want, but there is one unique restriction here. They cannot be traded to other players, and that's a massive relief because otherwise the economically correct decision would be to always have like a bunch of tame beast gems in your inventory to catch any valuable beasts you run across to sell, and that'd be fun for a minute, but it'd very quickly get old. Anyway, the now tamed beast is a spirit skill with a percentage spirit cost based on some kind of math about how significant that specific beast is.
That's
Presumably
so
bigger, stronger
crazy.
beasts take more spirit and little grubs take less, but I don't really know how things like auras are factored in. What exactly scales that number? Something that people will figure out over time. Activating the beast summons it, and the great news here is that if it dies, it revives automagically after a few seconds. I'm so glad we're over the like resummoning golems meta, and we just have these things just auto summon now. One of my favorite changes about minions
Look how
and
slow it
companions and
is.
things in
So
Parry too.
slow.
You can see the beast's type and the modifiers on the gem itself, and any core skills and bonus rare modifier effects are all able to be used to your benefit from the beast. I was testing this pretty early on this build, so they were actively working to get the, I don't know, like hundreds or thousands of monster skills and effects to just work for the player and not like accidentally kill them or do other random stuff. So not everything I tested during this hands-on worked. Like I got a monster that had energy shield aura and it wasn't working, but energy shield auras will work.
okay.
The first beast I got was this cute roly-poly. And since the aura wasn't working yet, I gave it some pats and I sent it on its way after a little while. And I found a walking fish with shocked ground skill that did work. This was really cool for wind skills because it was an easy activator for that bonus
It has to
added
be
lightning
rare.
damage, and it had a
So you
fair amount of
can't take the
uptime.
unique one.
And since you can support these companions, you can put things like increased area of effect or the ingenuity support to scale uptime of skills like this. And, you know, look at their coverage and all that. I used this little fishy bro for quite a long time, and I was pretty happy with him tagging along to shock enemies, just doing his job. Much later on, I tested a beast that had a healing pulse, and I was really impressed with how much healing it did. It was like a really powerful flask effect and it happened pretty often. That pulse also suppresses enemy healing too, so it'll deal with any like regions and annoying stuff like that. And of course, you can reduce the cooldown and things like that on it too. So as this is a companion, which is a new type of minion effectively, you're limited to just one companion, so one tamed beast. And you will also have to choose between this or the rower, as that's also a companion, the rower mount, unless that is you pick up the new trusted kinship keystone that lets you have one of each. I didn't get to
problem is
test
the
the
spirit
rower sadly,
cost.
as it was a bit higher level in a spirit gem, so I couldn't just get my hands on one. It could be a little bit tricky for a while there. That keystone does come with a defensive downside, but that's probably because of things like the new loyalty companion support skill that shifts 10% of the damage you take to your companion, so that's really nice as well, along with just like the utility of companions, I suppose. So I don't know how worth it that keystone will be. 30% loss of evasion is not great, but we'll see what sort of utility these two things bring, and if you just can't live without a rower and a tamed beast, then you may well want to pick that one up. Tamed Beast overall is frankly nuts. I can't believe the work GGG has made for themselves with this and Spectres to just test and tune every single monster ability and rare modifier and all that. There's just like a limitless amount of options for beast companions and rare modifiers here. And I've only really been thinking about things like utility, like auras and ground effects and healing pulses. I'm not sure if there's also going to be some decent damage potential with these things too, or other status effects that can be done by certain specific creatures that do something that does something we don't ever even thought about up to this point. It's going to be a fun experience of
Capturing one
looking
with
at
an
all
aura?
of the beasts you encounter and
Haste
just being
aura?
like, I wonder if that's going to be something I should get. There's also plenty of support on the tree to scale them and a damage cluster.
This is all new. Hey, hold on. This is new too. This is different. Huh. The Herald one's 1 point less? No, it's not. Two points less? No, it's way more to get to the Herald cluster now. See, look. The Herald cluster was even with enhanced reflexes. I mean, it's lower in the tree. You're starting at Ranger. It's a lot. It's weird. It's wild. Oh, they moved. This got moved. This cluster here is moved. So this got moved. This is new. This right here is new. This is also new. What is that? That's the same thing, okay? Yeah, so this is new, this is new, this got moved, this got lowered. This is new, this is new. It got shifted? Oh. This was moved too. This was over here, and now it's connected over here. So this, which is this, is now over here.
down in the Huntress area even lets you scale both your companion damage and yours with the same nodes, reminiscent of the minion damage notable from PoE 1. And to be honest, this looks good even without a companion for like those, you know, those builds that have damage types that are a little bit harder to scale, like bleed and poison. On the topic of spirit skills, Caltrops is a spirit skill that drops 3 Caltrops whenever you dodge roll. They deal a little bit of physical damage and maim on hit. I was a bit disappointed though to find out that they don't work with Disengage. I know Disengage isn't dodge roll, but it kind of works in much the same way, and I half hoped that it would. Disengage Caltrops would have been really fun and maybe want to use this a bit more. It's a pretty low impact skill, to be honest. Maim is just easy to get elsewhere. Even just like the maiming strike notable in the Huntress area is like right there on the main path, and it's kind of good for damage anyway. It does have some cute details, like the damage scales with thorn scaling, and since they're a projectile, I guess you could use scattershot, which I didn't think to test at the time. And if you're scaling hazards for a Spearfield build, then there's some synergy there, but overall I only really see this getting some niche use for the just trade-off of using this instead of another spirit skill. I think there's other better options for most builds, right? I like the idea, but it seems kind of hard to justify, I think, in most builds, unless there's some like nice utility from certain supports or items that I'm missing. I'll probably look like an idiot when it's discovered that there's some super easy giga-busted combination here that everyone ends up using. Prove me wrong. On to level 11 gems, the first of the 2 level 11s, we have our Elemental Sundering, which is a build-around elemental attack designed to detonate, freeze, ignite, and shock on enemies or corpses. Just a note, this gem was a bit unfinished here, playable, but it was missing effects and such, so we'll only take a brief look at it. The skill does no damage with the initial...
What the fuck? What does it do? Plunge your spear into the ground to emit a pulse that consumes free shock and ignite nearby enemies, allies, and corpses. The pulse itself does no damage, but each ailment consumed causes an explosion of the corresponding element type.
It was missing effects and such, so we'll only take a brief look at it. The skill does no damage with the initial pulse, but the pulse detonates any statuses in the area, basically. The explosion damage ranges from very high on frozen enemies to lower on the shocked and ignited ones, since, you know, those are easier to apply ultimately. Ground effects do work with this as well, so you can detonate them, or more specifically, like a shocked ground, the shock that it applies to an enemy can be detonated. And that shock ground, if it's still there, will just reapply that after a short delay. The real potential for this one seems to be if you have some nice like proliferation style effects or lots of lingering ignites and such on corpses, so that you can get a lot of overlapping explosions to blast down rares and big packs. But it's kind of hard to judge how good this one's going to be. The use case is a bit unusual in that it requires you to apply
use a maze with a javelin. Look at this damage. Damage is crazy.
If you're doing that, the enemies are going to be dead. And unless there's a bunch of enemies in that same place, and then you can detonate the corpses. You don't really
the damage is nuts
all the time, which was ultimately the case for me while leveling. But I'm not ready to write this skill off, as I think there will be some strong uses for it. It seems like one of those skills that someone's going to figure out how to break the game with. The other level 11 skill is Whirlwind Lance, which is a thrown spear that creates whirlwinds. Same as Whirling Slash. Whirlwinds are kind of their own separate secondary skill effect, and this creates them too. The lance is a simple but somewhat hard-hitting spear throw. If it kills something, it creates a stage 3 whirlwind straight up, normally just stage 1, and it'll also consume a frenzy charge if able to create a stage 3 whirlwind, so you've got 2 ways of doing that there. A big difference between this and Whirling Slash, besides being a ranged attack, is that you can throw and boost whirlwinds up stages still, but you can also create up to 5 separate whirlwinds in different locations if you position them far enough away from each other. The whirlwinds work a little differently here too. These whirlwinds collapse and explode not when you leave them, since you're not even in them to begin with, but when you actually enter them for the first time. So you can place them and then dash in, maybe for a melee attack or something, to explode them. It's the opposite of Whirling Slash, which detonates when you leave them. It seems like both Barrage and Scattershot could work with this, but I didn't get a chance to test this skill too much. I'm guessing it means that if you threw 3 spears or if you barraged, you would be effectively always creating stage 3 whirlwinds, which could be good. Overall, it's kind of a tough skill to judge. It seems like it has pretty good potential, and you can of course use it as a combo piece to create whirlwinds to empower your twisters at range, which might be the primary use case maybe. Level 12 skills are typically the big cooldown or payoff finisher style skills, and that's certainly the case here.
Wait, why is it blurry now?
first is Wind Serpent's Fury. It's the only melee spear attack, I believe, that uses frenzy charges. The rest are all ranged attacks. On use, it thrusts your spear forwards and consumes all frenzy charges to create a twisting wind serpent per frenzy charge consumed. The thrust itself is a slow but pretty heavy hitting attack with built-in knockback, and each serpent also hits and knocks back enemies as well, with increased distance against unique enemies, which is kind of necessary as often unique enemies are just not very pushable. This skill is designed to push things that you can't normally push. If you do manage to push a smaller enemy into a bigger one, or any enemy into a wall, then the skill also creates a shockwave that deals extra damage in an area. And I imagine scaling knockback range and things like that are probably going to be where this skill starts to really shine, especially in tight maps where you can get a lot of enemies to kind of just smash into each other and then smash into a wall for a whole bunch of shockwaves. Probably going to be very satisfying. It's really hard to see the potential here from just the footage of me testing it briefly, but I think in, you know, the right build that, especially something that's able to generate frenzy charges consistently, we're going to see, like, I don't know, builds one-shotting bosses with this by just bullying them into a wall. Since this has no cooldown, you can probably use it really often as well, so as long as you can just keep those frenzy charges going, you can keep blasting snakes all over the map. It's likely very much a build-around skill, and probably a pretty good one, I suspect. Spear of Solaris is the final skill, and it certainly stands out.
That one is cool as fuck.
Spear of Solaris is a 30-second cooldown, sustained AoE projectile skill. You throw a spear into the air while jumping backwards, and after a moment the spear lands for a heavy hit of damage that cannot be evaded. Then a big old orbital beam from the sun fires down and pulses fire damage rapidly for 4 seconds. It also drops expanding burning ground with pretty high damage that gets stronger over time until it peaks right before expiring. So you can't add projectiles to do shenanigans with that.
Fire resistance.
And it also doesn't have a duration tag, so you can't kind of extend the duration of the beam. But as it is a cooldown skill, you can indeed use the second wind support to get down 2 of them for the trade-off of a longer cooldown, which I think is kind of a non-issue here, because if your plan is only really to use this at the start of a boss fight or something, then that's a
so
pretty good
cool.
choice. While it doesn't have a duration tag, the burning ground should still be supportable with Despoiler, I suspect. That'll need testing, and it's got some pretty big damage on that burning ground, so it could really be worth it to have that stick around for longer. Generally speaking, with big cooldown skills like this, the question is always just whether you want to dedicate the skill slot and the supports that could go elsewhere to something that you can't use constantly. It's hard to say. I didn't feel like it was too worthwhile during leveling, and I had a lot of skills competing for my attention on the Huntress and on the spears in general, but it's got some really big numbers, so I'm sure it'll see some use at endgame. Honestly, its biggest downside is that it's just a bit too epic. You can't really see anything when you use it, especially if you use 2 of them.
Hello?
I have no idea what the boss is doing when it's getting beamed.
It's got too long of a
overview
cooldown
done.
to
I
be
hope you
good,
enjoyed
I
these early
think.
looks at the Huntress and the spear skills and mechanics. While not all of the skills clicked with me, many of them did, and really importantly, the fundamentals like Parry, Disengage, Thunderous Leap, and that whole melee range mix just felt really good to me. The Huntress and Spears are a complex playstyle with lots of possible interactions to explore. You could honestly spend a season just messing with builds in this one archetype. I loved the Explosive Spear and Storm Lance combination for Elemental, and the Bleed skills felt really fun in general. I do really hope that Bleed comes together, because I know the damage type as a whole had a lot of issues in 0.1, but hopefully here with a fair bit more support, it'll be worthwhile now, because that Bleed playstyle is really appealing to me, and I want those skills to be good because they feel and look really good. I think
They do look really
safest
good.
choice is going to be the elemental approach with wind skills or frenzy spear throws, so I don't think you can go wrong with either of those if those look appealing to you. And Amazon overall as a class is really flexible because it's going to work with both elemental and bleed setups just fine. That crit scaling is a really good choice for those.
Yeah, see,
Haven't
those
decided which
spear
route
throws
I'll
look
go
great.
with.
I mean, that's
Maybe
exactly
after
what I
the
want to
patch notes,
do.
I'll see if bleed looks like it's going to be good enough as a whole, because those skills and that playstyle seem the
Yeah, see, that looks amazing. I'm like ready to go to bed and log in. Like without a doubt, ready to go to bed and log in. It's gonna be awesome. I can't wait. I'm so excited. I'm excited out of my damn mind. So, should be good come tomorrow, man. We just need to get to tomorrow. So we'll see. I'm tired. Doing a hex build? No, we're gonna play Huntress. Huntress, baby! Log in. All right, Twitch chat, this is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go work on my video for tomorrow. I'm gonna go make dinner and I'm gonna go relax a little bit. I am tired as fuck. I will be back tomorrow for the league. Ah! Work on the video means hero siege? No, I really gotta work on the video. I'm tired, dude. I don't know what I'm gonna do. I'm really tired. Chat, thanks for hanging out. Thank you, awesome, amazing, beautiful. Thank you for all the bits, love, tips, and subs. How late are you going tomorrow? See you. We'll see tomorrow. I have no idea. We'll see. Chat, thanks for being great. I'll see you guys tomorrow.